Every chess master was once a beginner, learning, struggling, and mastering chess, one game at a time. And now, it's time to prove your skill. Welcome to the world's biggest chess tournament. Compete in the Grenke Classical Chess Open for €70,000 prize pool, or enter the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open with a massive €225,000 prize pool and the opportunity to qualify for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in New York. And the best part? You could face Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Keimer, and other world-class players. This is your chance to play against the best. Are you ready to make your move?
Hello everybody and welcome once again to another live stream of what is one of the most sensational, unique tournaments in chess, and that is the Grenke Chess Festival. We are live from the Karlsruhe Congress Center in Germany. I'm Lawrence Trent, and with me as always is my buddy in crime, one of the greatest players of all time, Grandmaster Peter Lecko. Peter, amazing to be here again.
Yeah, hello Lawrence, yeah, welcome everyone. Super excited, yeah, second round, we have some tremendous pairings.
We do, we're going to get into those very, very soon. Just for anybody who is new here, if you didn't see the broadcast yesterday, we already had round one. Today we have two rounds, rounds 2 and 3. The second round starts in just a few minutes. And if you're wondering what this tournament is about, well, we've got a very quick video for you to describe exactly how it all works. So let's hear again how it works with Fiona.
We have a new and exciting format this year with two major tournaments, the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open and the Grenke Chess Open. Both events are divided into 3 rating groups and played as a 9-round Swiss. The time control for all tournaments is 90 minutes for the entire game with a 30-second increment per move. In addition, a special feature allows all participants from the Classical Opens to switch to the Freestyle Opens up until the end of round 4, a unique concept.
Thank you very much, Fiona. Yes, so there are 2 concurrent tournaments taking place. There is the classical chess, and then there's the chess 960, and there are 3 rating groups. And perhaps most excitingly, for all of you who have just joined in, we've got some of the best players in the world. In fact, we've got the majority of the best players in the world here in Karlsruhe today, including none other than the world #1, Magnus Carlsen. You can see on the screen there 2 Indian stars. We've got Aravind, who, as we commented yesterday, is, what is he, 2749? No?
Exactly.
2749, which is that's Raja here, right, as well. That's
yes.
Raja Harshit, who is actually playing against Nepomniachtchi. Raja is a very strong, well, he's a GM, right?
He's a GM, yes.
Yeah, he's a GM. He's playing against Nepomniachtchi, and already we're seeing the grandmasters face each other as early as round 2. This is a shot of the playing hall. You can see the abundance of players. Nearly, and I say nearly, 3,000 participants. An absolutely incredible success for this tournament. In fact, the number, I believe, Peter, was 2,996.
Exactly.
Is the official number. Quite incredible, and congratulations once again to the organizers for breaking the previous record, because I think last year it was around 2,500. So absolutely fantastic. And there is an overview of the playing hall. You get to play in the same place as some of the greatest players to have ever graced the board. And I think, Peter, what we should do is have a look at the pairings for round 2. So let's get to it. Your thoughts, sir, on round 2?
Well, the first matchup, Finek against Carlsen. Finek, who don't know, Václav Finek is the young prodigy from Czech Republic. He is 15 years old. He just turned 15, in fact, I think in January. A very serious player, normally famous for his Catalan. There is no Catalan here, but he gets the white piece against Magnus, and it's not going to be an easy game for Carlsen.
Absolutely not. Freestyle chess, of course, makes things a bit more different. For all of you who don't know, Chess 960 is Fischer random chess. We are going to select one of the 960 possible positions, and we'll see how that works in just a few seconds. But already a very, very tough pairing for Magnus in round 2. As is for the rest of the players, we can say Arjun playing against Gurkhan, who is also rated around 2,500. And we've got Bibisara Asaubayeva, the former, I say former, I could be wrong, it could be existing, and then I'm going to get in real trouble, but she did win the Rapid...
Or the Blitz.
Or the Blitz World Championships, I beg your pardon.
I think maybe won twice.
She won it twice. She definitely won it.
I have this feeling, yeah.
Yeah, she's a world champion, basically, from Kazakhstan. And she is playing with white against Fabiano Caruana. I had breakfast with Fabi. And it's actually been a while since I've caught up with him. So really nice to see him here. And he's in really good spirits. I think he wants to make a deep run in this tournament.
What did he tell you about yesterday's game? Was he shocked by Carlos?
Yeah, so he said he was absolutely shocked at how well this guy played. And he said at some point, yeah, that he always believed he was going to win the game somehow, as long as the game carried on, but he did believe that the position was objectively equal, or he didn't think that against a stronger player he would win at a certain moment. Yes. So he got a little bit lucky, and here we can see some more celebrities on screen. In fact, walking down the stairs there, we saw not Magnus Carlsen, but his sister. There is Magnus, however, in the white shirt. The white hoodie. He's dressed down today.
Yeah, with a freestyle hoodie, no?
It's a freestyle hoodie. And there is the young talent.
No, not freestyle. It's the Liquid, his new team.
That's right, Team Liquid. Magnus has been signed by the esports giants. And I mean, they are basically the biggest esports organization, Team Liquid. And he's playing here against Vaclav Finek, this Czech superstar. You know what? I'm going to say it, Peter. This gives me David Navarra vibes. I mean, identical.
I had the same feelings, exactly.
Identical. This reminds me of a young David Navarra. Super genius talent. You can just see the similarities in posture, in everything. It's very, very eerie, actually. And I expect to see a lot more of this young man as we go through this tournament. And actually, just keep an eye on his name, because to be over 2,500 at 15, it's not nowadays considered to be the X-factor talent, but it is definitely super talent area. And the truth is, you never know how late a player is going to blossom. He could be 2,500 at 15, and at 17, he could be 2,650 easily. Exactly. I mean, let's talk about Vincent. Vincent at 15 what was his rating?
Well, he was also low rated.
Around
25, yeah, something
same
like
thing,
this,
basically.
Yes.
So there's no reason to believe that he cannot become...
Because it's also one thing, yeah, if you go to school, it's not easy to play so many tournaments. Yeah, your development with the rating often does not reflect your strengths.
Exactly. Fantastic. And we can see Fiona in the background. We've got Maria there doing the photos. And we have not yet got the position. And there's Bibisara playing against Fabi. And there you can see Mr. Aravind.
Yeah, he got to the stage.
He got to the stage.
Because Hans Walter is not anymore on stage. So
indeed,
Aravind made a huge step forward. We have also seen Nikita Vityugov, who decided to play the classical Open.
And here we have Sven Noppers, the tournament organizer, getting everybody settled, set up for round number 2. Fiona doing a nice translation. And there you can see the special machine with all the balls, with all the possible positions for Chess 960. Just a reminder, and I will do it every round, Peter, because we do get new players coming who are unaware of how it all works. Chess 960, or Fischer Random Chess as it's known, is the special chess variant where all the pieces on the back row can be, well, their order can be changed. So it's not classical chess, and there are 960 different possible configurations. And what will happen is, in just a moment, we will see all of the balls go into a big fishbowl, and we'll have a special guest pick a ball, which will have a number on it, and that number will be the position number that we will use today in the freestyle chess. So what this means, of course, is that absolutely nobody knows what position they're going to play. That's the beauty of freestyle chess or Fischer Random Chess. It's a completely novel position. Nobody has got an edge in the opening because nobody has studied it previously. So it's a variant of chess which tries to avoid the maze of analyzed opening theory from classical chess. So it's a more pure variant in many ways of chess, relying purely on skill and understanding. That's the marketing brief.
That's the truth.
It's the truth as well. Yeah, it is the truth. I mean, Fischer, for all his, we all know, for all his defects later on in his career and what he said, what he said about this random chess variation, I think, is true. Now let's hear and see.
So it is position 130. Stelle 130. Vielen Dank, Nico. Thank you. And we have some final announcements, and we get started in just a second.
All right, so we have the balls selected, and my understanding is that it is position number 130 for round 2.
Very nice number, no?
Nice number, yes. Yeah, 130. Now, we're going to see in just a moment, there you go, position 130.
A very harmonious position. Yeah, White king is already on g1,
Yes.
ready to castle. Also, sometimes you just play a move like h4, and then the rook from h1 comes to life. The bishop is beautifully placed on the long diagonal a1. But often when it's nice for white, it means it's also nice for black. You don't get so much headache. Yeah, if you go something like b3, you open up the long diagonal immediately. You might also get the center with e4. But one thing I noticed that e4, c5, the Sicilian, often is a wonderful opening for black. Often even an improved version compared to classical.
There you go. So we could get a lot of 1e4s today. We could get a lot of 1b3 or b4. No, probably b3, because b4 the pawn is being hit after e5. So b3 or e4. And I guess, and the beautiful thing about this is most players will spend a minute or two on their first move. In classical chess, of course, we don't get that. Players know what they want to do from move 1. But here they have to think about the position.
Well, actually, they have to think like 10 minutes, I believe, because compared to the Grand Slam event, where the players got 10 minutes time to discuss with each other, with their colleagues playing with the white or with the black pieces. Contrary to that, here the players do not have the time to discuss, and then you have to spend time. It's also kind of an anti-cheating measure that we have every single player has to be seated there. Because can you imagine if you get the new position and then you are just in your room for 5 minutes checking it with an engine, you come to the game and you know everything already, and that has to be avoided. So every single player at 10 a.m. is sitting at the board when they draw the new position.
There you go. Fantastic. Well, we've got one person missing, but that might be from the classical
Yes.
chess portion.
I guess so.
Yeah. Okay, and we do have a move, and this move also looks very, very reasonable.
Yes, c4 followed by b3. This is like the English opening, as we call it in classical chess, and it makes a lot of sense. Let's not forget that, for example, for the young Finek, he does not need to desperately try to get an advantage against Magnus, yeah? He can just stick to normal routine moves, c4, b3, e3, knight f3, bishop e2, short castle, just according to the normal rules of classical chess. Let me just show that what I'm talking about. So b3, knight f3, e3, bishop e2, and short castle with a perfectly harmonious position, for example. Yeah, and then how will Magnus create winning chances for himself? Clearly, it's kind of a funny conversation in freestyle chess to be thinking that how do you play for advantage, because there is no theory, but here there is this possibility thanks to the fact that the white bishop is on the long diagonal, so white can get a harmonious setup.
Yeah, we're going to get a lot of positions today that resemble classical chess, and sometimes this happens. Depends on the number that is chosen for the freestyle portion, of course. We can't predict which number is going to be chosen, of course, from the lottery box. But today, as Peter said, c4, b3, knight f3, we're going to get a lot of positions that resemble a classical game. So I feel as though, actually, Peter. Now, yesterday we had a little side wager, let's call it, or whatever you want to call it, some fun, that we were going to see potentially an upset on the top 20 boards. We came very close yesterday to seeing, well, for example, Levon Aronian should have drawn. Fabiano, you got lucky to win to a certain extent. So there were a few very close calls. Today, I can promise you that in these games we're going to get a lot of draws, especially given the position. I feel as though, I don't know if we're going to get a pure upset. I'm not sure of who might lose, but all of these other players that the elite players are playing are all super qualified, super strong.
But wait a second, so you are calling a lot of upsets, means what, for example, 5 or more?
Yes, I'm saying of the top 20 boards, there will be at least 5 draws, and in fact, I'm going to say there's going to be at least 1 victory.
Wow, even like this?
Yeah, I'm going to say there's going to be at least 1 victory of an underdog today in the top 20 boards. At least 5 draws and at least 1 victory.
Wow, okay, so then what do? I will say that less than 5 draws and no victory.
Okay, you got it. Deal. We're on. Wonderful. And you can see there, we've got a fantastic camera crew as well this year who are doing a great job covering all of the top boards. We've got cameras for all of the stage, and then, of course, we've got this roaming camera here to show you the entire hall. Now, this isn't just, this is just the top section. We've got a whole other room, huge room, because of course there are not 3,000 players here. This is only half what you can see. There's a whole another part of this Congress Center full of boards and players from the other sections.
And you know why did I dare to say that there won't be any big major upset? Simply for the fact that this is not just an open tournament.
Yeah.
It is the open tournament. It's the Grand Swiss of freestyle. It's all about trying to get the big ticket to Las Vegas, winning this event, or trying to qualify, because depending on the situation, if, for example, Magnus Carlsen or Fabiano Caruana, who has already qualified to Las Vegas, wins the event, then also the second placed player can qualify. So they take it extremely seriously. I have never seen chess players at 9 o'clock in the morning so freshly and ready at breakfast, looking forward to the game, because like Sasha Grishuk also, he came knowing him, he's only fighting for first place, which means that he does not get the luxury to miss a half point or something right at the beginning.
Yeah, absolutely. And perhaps if our team is ready, we can actually put the prize list and the prize fund on the screen with the breakdown. That would be very, very useful. There you go.
Yeah, first prize 60,000 euros plus the ticket to the freestyle Grand Slam event in Las Vegas, where the first prize is $200,000.
Yeah, if you win this tournament, you're basically making 100,000 minimum, all in all, probably.
Well, okay, you still have to do well in the Grand Slam, but you even given the chance of winning 200,000.
Yeah, you know, there's $250,000 up for grabs if you win this tournament. So just a huge, huge amount of money, and that's really thanks to all of the guys sponsoring this event and the freestyle brand and this fantastic incentive now. And it's what chess deserves. You know, prizes like this. For how many years, Peter, did we have, you know, I believe that chess players have not gotten what they've deserved. It's an extremely difficult sport, requires a huge amount of dedication. And when I see, look, I love darts. I think I told you this. I love the darts. I watch the darts. I've been to the darts. The darts, you know, these guys are making hundreds of thousands of euros. Now, it's a great sport, but chess is such a, it requires a lifetime of dedication, and I think it's high time that chess players were playing for the sorts of prize funds that other sports have already achieved. So bravo to everybody who's made this happen. And that's, of course, why, as we see, there's Le Quang. We've got really just the strength and depth of this tournament is insane. I mean, you could go down... Theoretically, I was having a look, Peter. I think anybody in the top 50 could win this tournament. 50.
Top 50, yeah?
Top 50. I think anybody in the top 50 is capable of winning this tournament. And talking of a top player, here he is, the villain of chess. I mean, he's kind of created this persona himself as well. Let's be honest. Hans Niemann is in the building after his escapades, not turning up in Paris. He has made it to Germany. He's kept everything on the down low, really. He hasn't, I believe, given an interview or told people why he pulled out of Paris Freestyle yet, my understanding. And that's Theodora Injac, by the way, the women's European champion playing there in the shot, just behind, playing against Lenier Dominguez. I actually spent some time with Lenier last night in the lobby. He's in very, very good spirits. So it's really nice to see Lenier there. And that is Theodora Injac. She just won the European Championship last week. Congratulations to her, the European champion.
Yeah, and I think she did it in quite an amazing fashion. She lost the first game or something in the early runs. Then she won all her games and drew the last. Or I believe something like this. Because that was a great news. And I was born in Subotica, Yugoslavia, so I'm always full-heartedly also following everything that happens in Serbia and Croatia.
Here's a handsome young man, Jordan Van Forest, my boy. Jordan is here, one of the top Dutch players. Shakh Mamajarov, a very dangerous competitor. He could win, no problem.
You know, you keep on revealing us that you met Lenier last night.
Yeah.
You are hardly 12 hours here in Karlsruhe. You managed to have dinner with Lenier. You had breakfast with Fabi. How do you do this? What I did from my side, I met Shakhriyar Mamedov with Mamedov past midnight, 40 past midnight, near a park, near the Karlsruhe castle, walking. Yeah, that's the Azerbaijani spirit. That's the secret. Yeah, go for a good classical walk, like Botvinnik was suggesting.
Indeed, and I remember Fabi as well. The number of walks I've taken with Fabi when I was working with him in 2015, 16, when we were going to tournaments together. We also enjoyed a good walk. Rustam was often with us. There's nothing better than a good walk to clear the mind, to a little bit of exercise, get the blood flowing, be able to calm down, and look at that shot there. He likes a good walk as well, does Mr. Carlsen. He likes a good walk on the golf course.
Yes, exactly.
You know,
I can tell you that Magnus is very unhappy. I can tell you. We can take a look at the game.
Yes.
C4, B6, B3 was played because there is this symmetry. And normally as a top player, when you are facing a lower rated opponent, you want to break the symmetry as quickly as possible. So let me get the game and let's talk why we believe that Magnus is kind of annoyed with the starting position. C4, B6. Yeah, he did not want to play the move C5 just in case, keeping some more possibilities open to avoid the perfect symmetry. B6. And white plays B3. Exactly the moves that the move that we discussed, and the reason why I already mentioned moves, because we are kind of expecting white also to play E3, knight F3. Well, one could argue that why not to play knight F3 and then maybe we can even play G3, bishop G2, but when you play knight F3, G3, there might be the possibility for black to take on F3 when you are forced to take with E takes F3, and then black could try to establish some kind of a blockade on the dark squares. But it's just a matter of style.
Yeah, absolutely. You could do that. Yeah, so E3, knight F3, bishop. There might be an option, Peter. You might be able to go. Okay, Magnus has just played E6. Totally normal. Totally standard so far.
Yeah, I believe that Magnus will set up knight F6, bishop E7. He will play the move short castle. The position doesn't really give you possibilities to do fancy stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, because white has a very solid structure. And then maybe try to play a hedgehog type of position that would also suit Magnus extremely well.
Yeah, this is one of those positions where I believe we're actually going to get. I actually think we're going to get many similar positions today on the top boards when we go through the rest of the games. We're going to. It wouldn't surprise me, for example, to see this exact position on other boards. I think it's a very, very serious possibility. And you have to decide which setup you want to do here. But you know, I think I don't think Magnus is big favorite today to win. I really don't.
Well, on the other hand, okay, we are not talking about the opening phase. Finally, yeah, his experience should tell. Yeah, and Magnus is also known for not always getting, or almost never really getting clearly better in the opening, but he makes sure that he gets a very harmonious position that he can play on forever, and then play on the nerves of the opponent, create chances for himself, and what I would guess that it will be a very long game.
Yeah.
That's my feeling. How it will end, I don't know. Maybe Finek will actually make a draw. It's possible. If Magnus over pushes, he might even have the chance of grabbing his lifetime chance. But for the moment, it's a quiet affair.
Yeah, I believe it's going to be a long one. Let's have a look at some of the other games, Peter. Let's check in with some of the other boards. See if we've got anything that's different.
Let's go step by step, right?
Yeah, sure. Let's go to board
Then,
2.
okay, let's see Arjun.
Wow.
Well, it also started, I'm guessing, with C4, and here we had the so-called perfect symmetry. Yes, exactly. It was C4, C5, B3, B6, and the eternal question in freestyle chess that who is able to break the symmetry, and if you are trying to break it, will it benefit you? Yeah, and this is the reason why Arjun goes for D4, CD4. I'm kind of expecting if it's possible to take with a queen, that would mean that after knight C6, white could fall back with the queen to D2, a thematic kind of reaction, then go knight C3, get a grip. But after queen D4, the big question is black able to play D5 or not, and queen D4 on the board?
D5 looks very possible to me, to my eyes here. I mean, I would want to play that move as black, for sure.
Yes, so basically what it means, I'm believing that Arjun is counting on the move rook D1, creating a counter pin.
Yes. And after knight C6 to just move the queen.
No, then I take on D5 already.
Ah, you can...
I think. Okay, let's put it on the board,
it's
because
not so clear, right?
it might escalate. Exactly, yeah. So D5, there is the pin here. We can't take because of the hanging rook on C1. So we are assuming that white sidestepped with the rook from C1 to D1. Now we created the pin against black's queen, and now things will get very sharp. You might sacrifice a pawn like you suggested in knight c6. You might also just play a move like knight f6. I don't know. It's a matter of calculation.
Yeah, I mean, just for example, let's say I go knight c6 and you take on d5 with the queen, and I take.
You take, then I take with the pawn.
And knight b4, for
then
example.
I play knight c3. Thank you very much. Wake up, call is coming.
Wow.
I'm protecting both my
and you've got
pawns.
e4. The point is, after knight f6, you play e4 and you have everything under control.
Yeah, this is freestyle chess. Yeah, you just... we always want to do something special, yeah, to use the possibilities. But yeah, one has to keep such a calm head and one has to spend a lot of time. Yeah, just playing on instincts. Yeah, this is just impossible. Yeah, we have seen all these blitz games, for example, on during the Friday night freestyle event. Yeah, online on chess.com. Well, there are some brilliant games, but also heavy blunders, because actually, how do you play a blitz game in freestyle chess? It's almost impossible to survive the opening phase, yeah, because all these possibilities are coming. The players are adjusting. I believe that after rook d1, maybe black should just play the natural knight f6 move, develop, but already we see that suddenly this pin, especially early in the morning, you don't want to get in all these kind of crazy messes that you have to calculate because your brain might not yet be ready.
That's right. The morning rounds are very, very dangerous if you're not warmed up. So if you didn't get a good night's sleep, a lot of the time in chess, it's not about ability, it's about being fresh. Yeah, a lot of, my students who I talk to, and they say to me, how can I best prepare for a tournament game? Yeah, and I say, well, a big part of that preparation is making sure that you're fresh, making sure that you're rested, because you cannot play a good game of chess if you're overly tired, because you simply cannot calculate well. And if you cannot calculate well, then you're going to make a mistake. So you could know all the opening theory in the world. Doesn't matter. If you're not fresh, it's a killer. And the morning rounds, a lot of these players, especially the elite players.
Yes.
By the way,
exactly.
Let's make something clear, guys, for all of you at home watching. For somebody like Magnus or a Fabi or Jan Nepomniachtchi to play 10 in the morning is very unusual. They do not normally play at this time. Very, very seldom. There might be the odd Bundesliga game, but in general, these guys are playing at 4 o'clock in the afternoon and 1 game per day. The last time these guys played 2 games a day, I don't even know when the last these guys played 2 classical let's say classical time format.
Yes.
When was the last time they played 2 games a day?
I don't
Almost,
know.
maybe even for years.
Yeah, or never.
Possibly. Or
in
never.
the childhood, maybe.
It's possible. Whereas these guys, look at this guy, Finek, that you can see here. This guy plays 25 games a day.
And he looks fresh.
And he looks fresh as a daisy. Gah.
Did he make
Being
a move?
15, huh?
Yes, he made the move e3 as predicted. Magnus also follows the strategy with knight f6. So now kind of easy to predict the moves knight f3, bishop e7. I can even make those moves here just to highlight that we are kind of expecting. No, he goes d4 first. Wow, that's a surprise. And maybe Magnus will be happy about it.
Yeah.
Just breaking a little bit the symmetry. This gives black potentially the chance of pushing d5. I wanted to highlight that maybe to go bishop d6, knight b7, and then the typical kind of call-less type of stuff. But if I play d5, bishop d6 without getting the knight to d7 first, then I have to reckon with some c4, c5 business as well. But suddenly I feel after d4, the game heats up.
Yeah, it does a little bit. What would be really funny, Peter, is if we actually transposed into a well-discussed classical theoretical line.
Yes.
I mean, it's possible that we actually get... I mean, with the bishop on a8, maybe not, because it won't quite be the same. But yeah, but of course we know that we're going to get positions that are very similar to some classical.
Yeah,
chess
this is kind of the classical Queen's-Indian spirit, right?
Yes.
Now that White has played the move d4, because as long as the d4 move was not played, it was more like an English, yeah, that it has the tendency to go to hedgehog directions or like this. But now after d4, with the bishop on a8, bishop a1 construction and knight f6, c6, the big question is that now probably Magnus will slow down, because once d4 is played, then I don't believe that the idea that we mentioned before to just go bishop e7 and, for example, knight f3 to make the move short castle, oops, I have to do it like this, is the most natural way, yeah, because you feel like, okay, if you do this, then you will break with c5. Yeah, it's kind of thematic that, and you might hope for some c takes d4. If white captures with the pawn, then you play d5, you are very happy, then you get a lovely playable position with the hanging pawns for white. And if white captures with the knight on d4, then black has the option of playing for d7, d5, which gives then a very solid position, or the hedgehog style with d6, a6, and wait around. So what is kind of your feeling, that will Magnus make the lazy option with bishop e7, or will he try not to use the move that Finek committed d4 too early?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I'm not a huge fan of d4, but at the same time, it can't be that bad for white. Of course, it can't. Feels a little inflexible to me. I feel like you always had that move in reserve. So I mean, I would not have played d4 there. I would have played knight f3, as you said, bishop e2 and castles, and then decided what to do.
Well, don't misunderstand me or anyone else, because I highlighted that it's maybe he committed this too early, but in a sense that now Magnus will adapt to it. So it's not worse than knight f3.
No.
Right? It just gives black suddenly more options that, wait a second, otherwise if white would have played the move knight f3 here, we were almost sure that Magnus would play the move bishop e7.
Yes.
Yeah, and then castle, and then decide later what he's going to do with the c7, d7 pawns. And the reason why I said that, what happens now after d4, that Magnus is thinking, and he feels like, wait a second, maybe there is a chance that I want to set up my pieces differently. However, we have to talk about this, that after d5, is this move c4, c5 an issue?
Wow.
Because this bishop on a8 will be blocked.
Wow. Well, we're going to find out. Oh, no, he played c5.
He played c5. Okay. Very interesting. Magnus plays the move c5, which means that he is planning to capture on d4 probably, and to ask the question, how do you recapture? Is that his idea, or he just said, I anyway needed to move c5 because I have to open the rook, and he was afraid of this d4, d5, c5 idea. Let's just ask computer, the evaluation bar. Okay. Yeah, but this could be annoying for black. Then the bishop on f8 is kind of controlled, and the bishop on a8 is not coming to play. And if ever black takes b takes c5, d takes c5, then look at that bishop on a1 ready for the long diagonal. All right, so we have this. Probably we should continue our tour, no? Our idea was to look around.
Let's do that. Let's go to Bibisara. Let's have a look at Bibisara against Fabiano.
Another symmetrical type of position, but white committed the knight to c3 a little bit early. Probably the audience is already going crazy. Why is Peter all the time saying that committed a little bit early? I just find this configuration with the bishop on a1 and then placing the knight to c3 immediately, giving priority to that move. It comes a bit as a surprise for me.
Yeah, and you've got to be a little bit careful that black doesn't just go d5, d4 here and, highlights the problem of this knight. So, for example, in this position, it wouldn't surprise me to see the move.
What do we do now?
Well, if knight f3, can you consider bishop takes f3?
That's the very big question. Do you want to deal with that early in the morning? That what are the consequences? One thing we know, after knight f3, bishop takes f3, if white would to take back with the pawn, with the e-pawn, then this is fantastic for black. Knight c6, and there is the hole on d4. Black would definitely try to set up the bishop also to the long diagonal. Wonderful news for black. But the big question is always, what happens if white takes with the g-pawn, and if he will be able to set up the f4, or she will get the chance to set up f4, e3, bishop g2 construction, And then who knows, I don't know, even maybe the king goes to f1 and then rook g1, or do we castle and play king h1, rook g1? Yeah, it's a very double-edged position then.
Or as black, you can just announce queen g5 checkmate and see what happens. Just say, hey,
yes.
put out your hand, checkmate, let's go home.
Well, luckily the king
can't move.
Can't move, but the bishop moves, and the bishop blocks, and then queen g5 turns out to be unfortunate, yeah, because it steps into the tempo e3 f4.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
You can block checks.
Yes. Even in freestyle chess, it's allowed. Yes. We don't change all the rules, just the shuffling of the pieces on the back rank at the start of the game. So it's a big question, and babies are spending a lot of time. She probably isn't really experienced in freestyle chess. Fabi, of course, the big maestro. You remember Sindarov in the very first event in Weissenhaus was the big revelation of the tournament. He also beautifully crashed through the qualification phase. He came there, he had a wonderful performance. What did he reveal to us? That how lucky and happy he is that he's always in Team Fabi's group. And he learned so much from Fabi how to get the control of the game, the first phase of the game. Yeah, so the players are really giving a lot of credit to Fabi for all his understanding.
Indeed. By the way, I agree absolutely with you. As somebody who's been part of his team as well and see how he works, it's really eye-opening. And I have to say, I've got a very good feeling for him today, this morning. I don't like what Bibi said. This configuration, the problem is this: when you're already having to answer questions on move 4 as white, something has gone wrong already. Something. Yes. If you're annoyed and she's gone e3.
Yeah, e3, the flexible move.
And now and I'm assuming then, if Fabi plays d5 here, which is the first move you look at, how is she going to respond?
That's the big question, and that was the reason why she spent so much time. Yeah, otherwise the move e3 would be very natural. You don't have to think about the consequences of the move knight f3. It's clear that when you can recapture with the queen, then black has no right to give up his light square bishop. That's only connected by spoiling the pawn structure. And once white gets knight f3, and then white gets stability. Yeah, then white will follow it up with bishop e2, short castle, just as we talked before. So Lawrence's question with d5 is very legitimate. That the big question is, where does a move like d5 lead us? Because suddenly black is setting up the direct threat of going d4. How would you react to it?
Well, it's very difficult. I tell you, I've got an idea, but I want you to not kill me, okay? Because it goes against everything you learned. We take on d5.
Okay. CDD.
And now I want to go queen f3. I know.
Wow.
Don't hate me.
Well, luckily you warned me. That's good.
It's horrible. I know it's horrible, but I want to do it there anyway.
Yeah. Okay. Just to highlight that the idea is to pin the bishop so that black is not able to play d5, d4. But it gives me time.
Yeah,
no?
It's just horrible. That's me not having woken up.
Or wait a second. After knight f6, you want to play knight b5.
That was
your trick.
No.
But that is interesting.
That is brilliant.
That is interesting. Double attack, knight takes a7, bishop takes f6. And the reason why we are mentioning this wake-up call in the morning for a freestyle game, because those kind of things can happen, yeah?
Yes.
You asked a very kind of provocative question with queen f3, and then I said, like, you know what about knight f6? But I already sensed it. I didn't even dare to place the knight on f6 because I noticed that you will hit me with knight b5. Just goes on to show that, you have to be super alert. However, Fabi says, it's early in the morning. I'm also not interested finding out all these kind of things. I don't want to punish or try to punish anyone so early. I'm going to go knight f6. I'm going to go bishop e7. I will continue with castles. And probably the disbalance that Fabi is already thinking about, that I haven't committed the knight to c6. So I still have the option of setting up the hedgehog kind of structure with d6, knight b7 being flexible.
All right, a long battle ahead there. Let's continue with with our look through the board.
Yeah, let's look at Nepo with the
Yes.
white pieces.
Wow.
I'm sure that he did not play c4.
Yes.
Any bets?
Well, I don't know.
We haven't seen it yet.
No.
Let's see what's going on there.
Well, there is a pawn on c4. He played it later.
Well, it was d4. Yeah,
Yes.
it was clear that a very ambitious player with the white pieces will not play c4 because he will be afraid of c5. Yeah, okay, Arjun did it, but then he also broke the symmetry very quickly with d4. So the exact move order in Jan's game was d4, d5, b3, e6, c4, and knight d7. Well, wow, no, Raja. You
No good?
cannot give Nepo, and look at this, Nepo is already enjoying himself. Wow, I have possibilities of going c4, c5. The knight can go to d3. There are all kinds of strategical ideas for white. I'm
Yeah,
very
I don't
tempted to
love
go
it.
c5, no?
After c5, can black think about e5 here?
And look at this, Nepo will play the moves here. He can hardly compose himself. He wants to blitz this move out. c5, locking the bishop, and of course clearly black would love to break with e5, but after e5 I might just play b4.
Yeah.
And ed4 I might even not recapture but develop the knight to f3 and capture with the knight. It's just wonderful. And c5 on the board, and look at the grimace on Nepo's face, like, wow, did you really allow me to play this move? And look, and Raja is looking, senses that, oh no, I should have not let this happen. Raja in a lot of trouble.
Raja also with his ear pierced. That's two Indian grandmasters with an ear piercing. And
the nervousness. Look at the nervousness. This is, and it comes with the experience. I have talked to the top players. I have seen they analyze prior to the game, those 10 minutes, that normally if there was a chance to go somewhere f4, f5, or c4, c5, all these top guys were going for it because they also analyze positions like this with the computer. Of course, every position is always different, but there are these certain thematics, that if you are able to shut down a piece of your opponent, then you do that.
fantastic. Yeah, c4, c5, gaining space, playing against the bishop, playing against the knights. You know,
Yes.
one pawn move can play against four pieces.
And
It's-
also against the rook on
And
c8,
against the
by
rook,
the way.
yeah.
Yes.
I love it. Very good. Very, very good. Okay, well, let's continue through. It looks as though Nepo should be very happy. Who have we got?
Aravind on board
Aravind.
5
Let's have a look.
with the black pieces, and we are seeing the hedgehog kind of structure, very similar to Arjun's game. Let's just see.
Very similar.
Well, the first couple of moves were exactly the same. Takes. Knight f6 played, and knight c3. Now the big question is, will white get the grip? Will white be able to set up? And Aravind says, you know what? I just want to rely on the hedgehog. He might also try to go for the double fianchetto, actually, with knight b7, g6, bishop g7, but white gets something. At least space advantage, the knight is on c3. This is also something that Arjun is aiming to get, or maybe he already got by now.
Yeah, I think white can be very happy here, basically. I mean, I'm not sure what the correct move.
Yeah, and I want to ask, do you follow it up with e4, or what is your intuition?
My intuition feels like that's one. I feel like it's too loose, but I'm not completely sure. I mean,
well, my question is then, if you don't play e4, then, for example, what would be the more harmonious setup for you? What are your options here with white?
I mean, you could play knight f3, g3.
Yeah, let's put it on the board. So knight f3 would expect black to follow in the double fianchetto spirit.
Probably, right? Probably is the answer.
Then you do g3.
G3, bishop
Yes,
g7.
bishop g7.
Now the question is, do you have a good discovery if I go bishop g2?
Probably nothing decisive.
Yeah,
so if you
let's say
want, you
bishop
can
g2.
follow it with bishop g2. And I will just play knight b7, for example. Yeah,
And let's say we put I castle.
You castle, I castle.
And it doesn't look like much for white, right? This position. Without the big space advantage in the center, feels as though black is okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So this is one kind of way of playing the position. Another one would be completely different by putting the pawn to e4. It's a more ambitious way, but as you highlighted, it's the question, will white be able to stabilize everything? Because, for example, if we talk about exactly the same moves like g6, then how exactly white plays? If we put the knight on f3, then something tells us that normally in the Marozzi structure we prefer to stabilize our center with f3. Now bishop g7. Now clearly black is threatening with knight takes e4, so white would have to fall back with the queen to d3. That gives one extra tempo, and then you step into knight b7, knight c5. Then queen d3 was somehow an unfortunate square. But if I put the queen on e3, then I'm potentially long term stepping into some knight g4 jumps. Interesting. In any case, it's nice to see different kind of structures. Yeah, we are heading towards a double fianchetto, potentially a double fianchetto position here. Let's continue the tour. I would love to see, but nobody plays e4 because they are afraid of the Sicilian. That's the problem. We might not really see e4. Shakhriyar, he played d4. I'm pretty sure he played d4.
Let's have a look at this position, because this is wild.
No.
Yes.
Okay, Shakhriyar plays completely different, and something that we talked about.
Yes.
Very interesting, very instructive. Very quickly we go over the moves. So the symmetrical stuff, and finally after g3, just as we mentioned, after g3 it's kind of tempting for black to take on f3. Bishop f3, ef, black plays c5. And I'm somewhat surprised that actually Shakhriyar is doing nothing to fight for the d4 square. He simply ignores it. He plays the move f4, knight c6, h4, which I'm a little bit surprised, because we talked about if black's bishop gets to the long diagonal, then the d4 square will be...
No, but it doesn't.
Because g6, h5.
Exactly.
Clearly is the move. So be careful with black. That's the idea. Let's just highlight that after g6, h5 is the idea. And if black plays bishop g7, then suddenly h6 hurts a lot. All right, so this is the position. Then how would you try to stabilize? Do you go h5? Is that an option?
Yes, it is.
It is, yeah, just to block it. It's a typical way of blocking it. Next move will be g6.
Exactly.
And then how is Shakhriyar actually planning to continue and to pose problems? Because if black gets g6, bishop g7 in, black will have a super solid
fantastic position.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not convinced by Shakhriyar's setup here. I'm not convinced. I like h5. I think it's the move I would play. And I see no interesting...
Yeah, can we maybe have Shakhriyar's board on the camera to see the body language of Shakhriyar and his opponent? Because there is suddenly an imbalance. I feel like this is the biggest imbalance so far. Yeah, Tobias Köhler, the young German player who is actually famous for being a big theoretician. However, here with bishop takes f3, c5, he also showed very nice judgment, positional judgment. So the current position is h4, and we are kind of trying to figure out what Shakhriyar has in mind after h5. Tobias, come on, play the move h5. Ask Shakhriyar.
I think he will play h5.
He will?
Yeah. I think he will. Because you don't also want to allow... For example, let's just say you played a very neutral bishop
like
e7.
Bishop e7.
Now white's going to go h5, and now you're kind of obliged to go h6 to prevent h6, but now you've created a hook. And look, remember, the rook has not moved. Now there is a chance, I'm not saying it would happen, that I'll put some more moves on the board just to illustrate. Let's say white here played the move bishop g2. Now, I know d5 is a very serious move in all, but let's say black doesn't do that. Let's say black castles. I don't know. Let's say black castles. And now we play a move like... It's quite difficult. The queen doesn't really have any good squares. But I'm trying to illustrate. Let's say white plays queen e2. I know this move wouldn't be played because of knight d4. And let's say black played d6. Remember, white can castle on the queen side here. And this is a sort of craziness. He can do it straight away, right?
Well, or he can also first already start
Yeah.
this G4, G5 operation that you wanted.
That's what I'm trying to illustrate.
Yes.
The white king, you always remember, castles can exist. And then suddenly G4, G5 comes. Okay, it wouldn't be in this exact setup because knight D4 is very annoying, but something similar, and
Absolutely.
you can't allow this. Now, he did play H5.
But Tobias played H5,
Of course
yeah.
he did.
And I'm very curious, how quickly will Shakrian make up his mind? Because it's not really obvious what white should do next.
No, I don't like it. I don't like it for Chakra. I don't. Black has got a simple plan. White's moves are not clear. Now, of course, I'm not saying that white is losing or anything, but I don't think that white is better. And in fact, I would take black.
Yeah, it's easier to play with black, because with black, we could be immediately signaling, yeah, G6, Bishop G7. We set up the blockade on the dark squares. By the way, in long terms, black also has this option of going knight G4 thanks to this pawn structure. Yeah, imagine trading the dark square bishops on G7 and then potentially reaching knight H6, knight F5, knight D4. That would be kind of strategically almost winning.
Let me put it like this. If I could choose any player in the world to play this position as black, it would be you. It would be you. I would say Peter Lecco #1. Forget Magnus Carlsen, forget Levon Aronian, forget all of these guys. It would be Peter Lecco #1 on the list.
Well, because I'm very happy to be stable.
Yeah, when
For
you're-
me, priority #1 is to have stability. And after, from stability, if I can win, I can win.
Yeah.
If not, not. Magnus Carlsen wants to win every single game. Yeah, that's why he might not be that happy as myself in
Yeah.
this position.
Yeah. If the existence of humanity depended on black not losing this position, you would be my candidate. If you had to save humanity and say, Peter, don't lose this position as black, I would be confident you would save the human race. All right, let's move on. Let's go down, because we've got lots of boards we can look
Absolutely.
at. Let's go. Well,
Okay,
Wesley
let's continue,
So.
Wesley. Yeah, with the black pieces.
Oh wow!
And we have this imbalance on the position that we talked about, with not white giving the chance for black to take bishop f3, but white actually got the chance to take on f6. Let's discuss this, but here we see g takes f6, which has a lot of strategical soul. I'm much more happy with this construction. Bishop takes f6 and clearly g takes f6. The computer kind of hates it for no reason whatsoever, because long terms it's good for black. Now the question is, will we be able to set up a long-term kind of issues? h4, e6, knight c3, f5, knight d3, a very smart kind of move. The computer hates it, but this knight f4, knight h5 idea, fighting against the bishop on g7, actually shows really nice class from white. And black opted for knight c6, rook h3, going after black's king, going after Wesley's king. Are you terrified, or do you think like, okay, wait a second, but I'm very solid, and Wesley surprises us with bishop d6, and once it's on the board, it makes so much sense.
But okay, I kind of trust Wesley. Yeah, he's just about in time to get a sort of configuration that works. Because here is white, the move that I look at most, because Peter, as you know, after all these years, I haven't got the class.
You're aggressive.
I'm aggressive. You know the move I'm thinking of. I mean,
No, actually,
Queen H5.
Queen H5, yes.
I mean, this move is screaming out to be played. But the point is, you have to always remember, I mean, I'm not saying black will castle, because he probably won't, but always remember that castles is a move. Don't forget that now. And that's going to be important. But here black would play Queen F6.
Queen f6, exactly. Yeah, just nicely stabilizing, and also hinting what you are saying, that black has the chance to decide, do I go there? Do I play short castle or long castle based on the situation? Now black's bishop on d6 is a wonderful piece. I believe that white completely missed this bishop d6.
Correct.
All his idea with knight d3 and rook h3 was based on the fact that I'm ready against any bishop g7 with rook g3, knight f4, knight h5. But yeah, Wesley stayed flexible, and we perfectly agree with the computer that we would pick black any day here.
Yeah, this is 0-1, guys, today. I'm calling it now. Because the idea is that if white continues with this aggression, which I think he will, white has completely forgotten, in my opinion, that black can castle on the queen side. So, for example, here, if you play a move like, I don't know, bishop e... well, you wouldn't
or
even...
f4 or
F4.
to try to prepare rook g3, for example, to illustrate, yeah?
Yeah, and now you can castle queenside with black. And this is a very unpleasant move to deal with. And
who is attacking whom on the g file?
exactly. And now if you play a move like queen g5 to try and trade queens, black can maybe just play... Well, you have bishop e7, you have queen g6.
Yes.
You have... that's about it, right?
Yeah, you just keep the structure.
Yeah.
For example, the move queen g6 is very classy. If white takes, then black takes with the h pawn, and look at this pawn formation.
The diamond.
Yes, it's wonderful. And f4 on the board, by the way, instead of queen h5. But okay, we are anyway very happy for black here.
Wesley will be very happy here. Fantastic chance to score a win with black today. Okay, let's move on. Let's keep on going because we've got some other huge names now.
Well, Levon after yesterday's scare. Let's check it out.
Levon is wearing, again, typical Levon shirts today. It's amazing. He's kind of created his own style in chess. And... but the position...
It's a tricky one.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Well, normally, if white could play the move d4, d5 here and it works, then everything makes sense from white. If he somehow has to give up the center with d takes c5, then it's an absolutely no-go. So, actually, a lot of tension, a lot of heat on this position. Just to understand how we got here, yeah, d4, d5, we are seeing exactly the same opening moves like in the game Nepo against Raja, b3, e6, c4, and here black, in my mind, played the correct move. He captured on c4 because knight d7, c5 is a strategic disaster, as we have just witnessed in Nepo's game. So black plays the so-called more traditional way, opening up the bishop, d takes c4, b takes c4, b6, getting ready to play c5. So that's why Levon played the move knight c3. Now after c5, he's able to meet it with d5. That's horrible news. And Levon goes d5. Exactly. That's everything that he set up, because after knight f6, he played the fantastic move queen c2. The reason why I'm calling it fantastic, because actually he anticipated that black will play the move c5, and he was sure that after c5, he will be able to push the pawn to d5, a typical Queen Indian reaction.
So, when I first saw this move d5, I thought it didn't work. So if I take, and take...
Well, then rook d1 should come.
Yeah, rook d1, true. But, for example, here, if I play... I don't have a way to escape this pin, right?
Probably not. This is what we are expecting from Levon, because otherwise he would have never played like this.
Yes.
But one question after queen c2 was another option that could black have captured, but it looked very dangerous because of knight d5. Exactly. Yeah, you never take a poisoned pawn like this. Queen takes d4. Apparently the computer says you could and you should. Wow. So after knight d5, computer just goes queen h4 or what?
Yeah.
And knight f3 tempo
queen h6.
And queen h6. Okay, this you don't want to do humanly. On the other hand, if white has to give out the d5 square, takes on f6, then thank you very much.
Actually, you would play this.
Yes, I would.
I think you would play queen takes.
You have to.
You have to, yeah.
Yeah, you have to spend the time, because the lines are also very forcing. Yeah, it's not like you remain in the deep forest for a very long time. And in the game, e takes d5, c takes d5 happened. White is threatening to play the move e2, e4 when he will have a strategically winning position. Then everything works perfectly. And knight takes d5 runs into rook d1. Deadly pin because simply black is unable to use the typical trick of knight b4. Since then, white is simply collecting too many pieces. Wow. Levon tricked his opponent.
Yeah, Benny got a bit excited. And the trick, as Peter said, was really that after c5, instead of c5, the trick was Levon probably played queen c2 very quickly. Maybe it doesn't really matter if he played it quickly or not, actually. But he played it with a level of confidence where he kind of bluffed. This is a bluff. So this move here is a bluff. People often talk about bluffing in chess. In fact, that's probably a good title for a book. I don't think it's been done enough. Let me think about that one. Wow!
Wow, knight takes d5.
Wow,
oh
he
no,
took on d5.
He should have taken the d pawn on d4, not on the end. Levon blitzes out. Look, d1 of course says,
and now what's he
thank
gonna
you
do?
very much.
Now what's he going to do?
Exactly, so he's relying on queen g5. That's the only move I can
knight
think
f3?
of. And then queen h5
and then
can
g4?
be... Then queen takes g4 check. Yes.
Sorry, so queen h5. Okay, let's...
This is the idea, but this is all looking very, very dangerous. So the move queen g5...
Okay, let's stop here for a second.
...is what we are anticipating. Yeah, queen g5 played. That's the reason why Benny actually thought that he can play like this. But computer says no, and it feels very dangerous. But how exactly are we punishing? So the move knight f3 is very natural, but knight f3, queen h5, it's not the end of the day. Wow, very interesting. Good morning exercise, no? Good morning, because
I'm trying to... People are like, oh, I'm closing my eyes, not because I'm tired. I'm trying to calculate
I know.
the line. And people are like, he's not trying to calculate. We don't use the engine here. We just use the engine to double check in a critical spot. But Peter and I, it's 10 o'clock in the morning. It's 11 now. I had only one coffee at breakfast, which was a mistake. I should have had two. And I cannot see the sequence here.
Yeah, wow, actually it's very interesting. It's a very deep puzzle. And I'm curious, well, if Levon opted for it, was he bluffing, believing that there should be something? Or did he really actually calculated everything till the very end?
No, I think he would have played by now. So I think he bluffed.
You think he bluffed?
Yeah.
But on the other hand, if he doesn't have a follow-up, then he is losing, yeah? Because he lost a very important central pawn.
But you know, Levon will find a way to keep the game alive and the dynamism somehow. But
well, there is also the primitive approach, like knight takes d5, bishop d5, e4. It exists, but I felt that there should be something more. And yeah, the evil bar confirms that this is some kind of a compensation, because black's queen on h5 is stuck. Depending where the bishop goes, the bishop probably should go back to e6, because if the bishop goes back to b7, then bishop c4 might be very unpleasant, hitting the f7 weakness. So we are expecting the move bishop e6 here, after e4, pardon me, so e4, and then bishop e6 trying to cement, but then you have this bishop e2 kind of idea playing against black's queen on h5 as well, yeah, just many possibilities. But according to computer, this isn't the right way. So knight d5, bishop d5 was not yet heavily criticized, but it wasn't the main move. All right, so what else do we do here? It's kind of crazy. Because one could argue that once you get this advantage that the computer tells us, thanks to the evil bar, that there is something, it's so much more easier to discover it, right? But it shows on that how tricky and not obvious this solution is, because we are still in the dark. So nobody can fault Benny for thinking that he can't play like this.
Okay, I've got a ridiculous idea. You ready?
Ready.
Don't hate me. H4 after in the game position.
After queen g5, okay. So h4, queen h5.
And rook h3.
Just like this.
Just like
No.
this. Yeah, baby.
No, look at the evil bar. Confirms your thoughts, but I have seen this. I couldn't believe that this is so strong. Wow. And I still can't believe, but it might be very strong. Who knows? You just want to play rook g3?
No, I want to play g4 next.
Ah, you want to play g... Okay, but what I wanted intuitively to play the move knight f6, yeah?
Okay, and now you're going to really hate me. I want to play f3.
Wow, just... You became so positional. Beautiful.
I mean, the truth is, people are like, where did he go?
Well, because I'm going to go c4 probably.
I know.
Yes, no, don't do it.
Maybe not
I was
f3.
thinking like you might follow it up with some rook g3, but you can maybe start with e4.
Maybe e4, yeah, e4 to start. Let's start with e4. I like that.
Let's start with e4 and the queen on h5.
Yeah.
So basically it's a long-term pawn sacrifice by Levon. We know that he has this incredible sense for all this compensation type of initiative and everything. He's a true artist, but this is kind of... he might also have felt obliged. Yeah, because if he's not going for the pawn sacrifice, then black just gets a fantastic position. Yeah, so we don't know exactly if Levon thinks that I'm having a wonderful position or he just felt like this is the spirit. And okay, I will sacrifice, I have a certain compensation. And look forward, but wow, bravo, Lawrence.
You like it?
H4, rook h3, very classy. Because with knight f3, we show our cards a little too early.
Correct.
Yeah, this h4, rook h3 is more high class. And by the way, I really love this idea of rook g3 because then the pawn on g7 will be vulnerable. And imagine some knight b5, knight d6 kind of jumps appearing. Yeah, because the black bishop will always be overloaded, cannot really capture even on d6 because of this weakness. For example, the line that we discussed with knight f6, I was already thinking about rook g3, but who knows, maybe then somewhere black will have this counterplay with queen h4, knight g4. So, all eyes on Levon. Will he follow it up according to Lawrence's suggestion? h4, rook h3, a stunner. High five. Yesterday, knight c1, strategic masterpiece. Now, aggression with h4, rook h3.
Can we check it? Can we do one check?
Let's do it. Let me turn the engine on. h4, first move, first line with plus 2.8. What on earth is this? So h4, queen h5.
Yeah, just click away, yeah.
And rook h3. No. Okay, you warned Sven. Yeah, you want me to win the tournament? He sent you right into the commentary booth.
I said, don't let me in that freestyle because I will freestyle these kids like they've never seen before.
Wow.
He said, okay, just do the commentary.
Wow. Sensational stuff. And knight f6, e4 is confirmed, but also some incredible computer lines because it's not the end of the story, just the beginning. After knight f6, e4,
yeah.
Black plays the move c4 to free the square, bishop e2,
yeah.
Queen c5, and okay, give black some time, it might be good, might not.
I love h5.
But yeah, white can just rely on long-term compensation, yeah, because of this stuck king. And by the way, white does not need to cancel anymore. Correct. The white is perfect. That's the compensation. That's the essence of everything what Levon is trying to do. Wow. And you just follow it up with h5. I have to play h6. There is no way I can afford to allow h6. So humanly play h6. And how bad is this?
It's probably still okay. I mean, it feels like black should still be on the board here, but at least there are some practical problems now you have to solve.
Yes.
And I'm confident that Levon will find this, of course.
Yeah, h4 is so much more left style than knight f3, because knight f3, queen h5, it feels more or less solid for black. But yeah, h4, rook h3, that's the justification. Wow, so I'm switching off the engine. So that's it, we are back to our own. And that's why we love also freestyle without any preparation, and also that the players should never get the chance to consult an engine before the game. Then we lose all this intrigue, the magic Yeah, that for example, h4, rook h3, it looks good, but we can never really evaluate it apart of it looks good, it's fun, it's initiative, and let's take it from there. We turn on engine and the engine says plus 2 point something. Where is the fun of that? No, if you are given the evaluation and you can be sure of your idea. It's so nice that the players are in the dark, they have to rely on their intuition, they have no numbers backing their decision up. I'm just loving it.
There you go. Happy to be of service, Peter.
Well, if Levon knew that, you know what would be his best move? Just to tag you, yeah? Just to tag him, change, switch, let Lawrence play h4, rook h3, then you tag him back, and Levon will take care of the rest.
I like that. Maybe that we can have a tag team freestyle event. That's a new one. We'll talk to Jan Henrik about that. Tag team.
With the commentators, yeah, that you can pick a commentator depending on his style, who you believe that
I love it.
For 1 or 2
Special
moves
event.
special event, yeah, for 1, 2 small little touch. If you need a stabilizer,
Yeah.
I'm here, I'm signing up. And if you need creativity and aggression to get the initiative, then you have Lawrence. Wonderful.
Here's a guy who would never tag me in, Magnus Carlsen. He would say, Are you out of your mind? But let's look at his position. It's been a while since we looked at it.
What happened there? Let me get the moves in. So we left it here after c5, knight f3, c takes d4, knight takes d4, d5 was played. So Magnus actually plays according to the demands of the position, not according to his desire of trying to get a complex game. d5, bishop e2, and bishop c5 played.
Bishop c5 is not a move I would have thought about, actually, to be honest. And he spent 10 minutes on this move. I don't understand it, actually.
Okay, we are expecting white simply to castle.
Yes.
Yeah, I can even make the move castles, for example. Then Magnus obviously will castle himself. And how do you create winning chances in this symmetrical position? And the reason why I said, like, I'm surprised by Magnus's decision of going d5 in this position. How much time did he spend on this decision? Just 30 seconds? Yeah, I'm a little bit puzzled, yeah, because I know that he's a hedgehog type of player, or he was, yeah, in his youth. In his young years, he very much loved that. I believe in 2008, in Vachier-Lagrave, he beat Kramnik. He was just 17 years old. He beat Kramnik with the hedgehog. That was something that I saw like it's impossible, because Kramnik in 2008 was such a giant that he would never lose a single game with the white pieces. But yeah, Magnus already showed there his tremendous class.
Bishop c5. I think, there's a genuine possibility that he wants to try and steamroll somehow with organizing e5 at the right moment, but I don't... Yeah, knight d2. This move is also...
Okay, but somewhat surprising, yeah, that white did not castle. Why? Because, as you mentioned, these e5, d4 ideas are hanging in the air, especially after bishop c5. So intuitively, you would love to get your king to safety. And as I look at Magnus's face, he also feels like, wait a second, this is something strange. Is Finek giving Magnus a chance to create some complications with e5?
Yes, is the answer.
Well, it's also a move that if it does not work, then it's strategically a bad move. Yeah, let's just tell our audience as well that why, for example, Finek feels like, okay, please play e5, because that's a weakening move, but let's put it on the board. Do we go, for example, knight 4 to f3 and you play d4?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the move that we immediately sensed after knight d2, this e5, d4. I don't want to let this happen. And after ed, now, typically, this bishop is a horrible bishop. Normally, when the bishop is here, white plays a3 immediately, and then black plays a5. This is a reverse kind of Quincy-Indian thematic. I'm almost 100% sure that Magnus will spend some time, or he might blitz the move out, but he will not miss this opportunity.
No, he's definitely going to play e5 here.
Oh no, he castles. I cannot believe my eyes. I really care. This means that it's early morning for Magnus. He has not yet woken up.
You think e5 is clearly the best move then?
Clearly the best move, and also we know that he wants to. He needs to unbalance the position. Yeah. Now, for example, if White is able to castle, will e5 still be in time? That's a big question.
That's the question.
That's the question.
Maybe he thinks that he just has e5 at any moment.
Wow, but still, I'm a little bit puzzled. I'm puzzled. By the way, White also has the very professional move, knight 4 to f3. It's a typical move in the Quincy, and then with Black, it was one of my favorite moves to get perfect stability. Of course, here, once again, the bishop on a1 is so much worse than on b2, because it weakens all the dark squares. So, and Black doesn't have the problem with the bishop on bishop on a8 or bishop on b7. It doesn't really matter, because in this configuration, Black is the one who can benefit. So wow, okay, Magnus goes castle. Still, he hasn't given up on the idea of going e5, d4. But also it shows a little bit of a lazy approach, that Magnus is not yet ready to calculate right from the beginning.
Yeah, I like knight f3. I think he's going to play it. Can we check? I'm very curious.
Yes, let's check.
I'm very curious.
And actually, let's check already here, instead of castles, that was e5 then really the move? Yeah, computer says, okay, both moves are possible. Clearly, however, e5 is mentioned as the main move. And where is that knight? Well, actually, knight 4 f3 d4 is already kind of huge trouble. Apparently, knight c2 is the move.
Very difficult move.
Very difficult. On the other hand, maybe it's a must, yeah, because now Black is unable to play d4 because of takes, and b4. But also, good luck calculating all these b4, d3s. And then to evaluate. But according to computer, thank you very much. It's actually lovely for White, because the knight goes to e3, and probably White will do exactly the same h4, rook h3 business. So probably this was the reason why Magnus felt that, you know what, I don't need this adventure. I'm forcing my opponent to find the only move, knight c2. And wait a second, now let's just compare castles, e5. Yeah, so what happens after castles? White castles, Black pushes the pawn to e5. And now, for example, knight c2 is not as effective. Okay, Black anyway should play the move queen e7, which was suggested the other position as well. And I would pick Black here.
Definitely.
Yeah, rook fd8. This is so much more fun to play with the Black side. And this knight on c2 is somewhat strange. All right, so even in a kind of symmetrical position, because this is freestyle chess, it's always something is different. I remember we had Fedoseev with us in the studio in Weissenhaus. We spent some lovely 2-3 hours together. He just refused to leave the studio. He just came and he was enjoying to commentate with us. It was lovely and he told us that, you know what, even endgames, which might seem like, okay, finally endgame or move 30 or something, no, even that's tricky, because something is always different, and you might automatically think like, this is an endgame, and how do I treat this position? And even those endgames are very tricky. They always have some very special kind of finesse which changes everything.
There you go.
So very nice always to hear. By the way, I'm kind of puzzled. I haven't seen Fedoseev in the tournament.
No, he's not here.
That's because I'm worried, because I remember that in Weissenhaus we talked about this, that okay, see you at Grenke in Karlsruhe, and he was so much looking forward to it. Yeah, so he should
Something
be lying at home with 39 degrees fever or something. I'm really worried, and wishing him the best if that's the case, because we are missing him so much.
We'll find out. I think, Peter, this is probably a good time for us to take a very small breather, a quick break. This is round 2 of the Grenke Chess Festival Freestyle Chess tournament. And we're at the very beginning stage of today's round, morning round. Remember, there are 2 games today. The second game starts at 4 o'clock Central European time. The big question, though, this morning is, with all the top players now playing very decent Grandmaster level opponents, are we going to see any upsets? Certainly we've seen a few boards For example, I'm not a big fan of Mamajarov's position, if you remember. There are a few boards where there's certainly potential for the underdog. So we'll see how things develop in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with continued coverage of this second round of the Grenke Chess Festival. See you very shortly.
my god, I need to calculate.
Let's see, well, I think we assume we have like...
Oh my god, I need to calculate.
Let's see, well, I think we assume we have like
2 3K players.
every board has 32 pieces of board.
I cannot do all the math right now, but yeah.
Good results for this tournament.
Around maybe like 25,000.
I'm very bad at math. I have no idea. It's
Like 48,000, something like that.
45,000, wow.
A little below 50,000.
Would it be like 32, like 2 50,000s in between?
16 with like some zeros, but yes, I'm not a calculator. Near to 100K probably.
50,000.
48,000 pieces?
100,000, no? It's not like this.
50,000, 40,000.
Yeah. So roughly 50K, I guess. But just in general, there's 3,000 players. Oh my god.
Well, there you go. How many pieces? Thank God they're chess players and not mathematicians. That's what I can say. Yeah, around 50,000, apparently, Peter. Wooden pieces. And talking of wooden pieces, I love this new camera angle for the top boards, being able to see the player. There we go. That one just there with Fabiano. Just being able to see him between the pieces, to have that little camera on the edge of the board to look up, to see the facial expressions. It's very, very cool. Talking about Fabiano Caruana, he's playing against one of the top women players in the world, Bibisara Asaubayeva, a world champion in Blitz. She's still extremely young. I don't know her exact age, but early 20s, I would guess, right?
Yeah, I also guess that not more than 20, I think.
Maybe not even, really. I thought she was a bit older than 20 by now, but...
Yeah, time flies. That could easily be. She is also fighting to wake up, yeah? It's clear that for all the players, and also she is coming from Kazakhstan, so any jet lag issue might be there as well. We never know. You have to stay fit in the evening, at night, and you have to be fit at morning, yeah? This is kind of something that the chess player is not used to. Yeah, normally there are two different type of chess players, right? Someone who is ready to have breakfast at 8 o'clock in the morning, and someone who never gets up for a breakfast. Yeah, he wakes up like at 12, and then of course it's so much more easier to be in top shape in the afternoon. So this double run kind of, and yesterday the run started at 6:30, at 7 in the evening. Some games even lasted till midnight, and then already next morning to continue. It's an epic challenge for a chess player.
And there she is, getting adjusted to the new time zone. It's very tough. But she does look a bit sleepy, I will say. She looks like she's a little bit tired this morning. But
very tired.
Yeah, she's going to have to just dig deep. She's 21, born in 2004. Wow. I'm getting old, Peter.
Yes.
In 2004, you know where I was?
No.
I was at university, going out, doing things that I shouldn't be doing.
And I played the World Championship match against
the World Championship match against
Brissago. Yeah, 2004 was a very special year.
It certainly was.
But now looking at the position, this is exactly what I expected from Magnus, for example, to play the hedgehog kind of stuff. Fabi wants to create the imbalance. This case, you can probably win some time on the clock. Yeah, we are expecting Fabi to follow it up with Queen C7, Rook FD8, staying flexible, just in case also. Let's not forget about the move Knight G4 after Queen C7. So it's clear that after Queen C7, White will have to waste the tempo on the nice stabilizing move HC, just eliminating that very unpleasant threat of Knight G4.
Yeah, a lot of work for Bibisara to do here. I feel as though Fabiano will be very happy with how this opening has turned out.
Yeah, I think it's fine. We could maybe move. You know, I want to move where? I want to move to Hans Niemann's game.
Let's do
and
it.
you know for which reason? Not
Tell
for
me.
Hans, for his opponent. Because I'm not sure that he knows that he's playing against Mr. Devyatkin, somebody who was advocating always that Fischer random chess is the real chess.
There you go.
And he's a very strong player. And I want to see how is Hans Niemann dealing with him. Wow, is this really the position? So Hans actually gone for a symmetrical endgame, hoping to squeeze something out in Kramnik's manner. This is very much Kramnik's spirit, no?
It is, but actually, I've got a confession to make. I saw Mr. Kramnik today.
I heard from other
here.
players as well. He's here.
He's here, and I guess he's helping Hans.
But how do you help him in free? So it should be
Just moral support.
Support, yes.
Yeah.
Because, okay, it's double runs, there is no chance of doing any preparation, so it already means that there's a real bond between them. Yeah,
Yes.
that Hans believes that it's not just, you know, chess-wise Vladimir can help him, but he's really like a mentor.
Exactly.
For him. And let's take a look then. How did this happen? Now it all makes sense. Then Niemann is playing in Kramnik's spirit. We are getting some kind of a Queen's Gambit accepted kind of structure. D takes c4, Queen takes d8. Look, that's how this happened. Yeah, Bishop takes c4, b6. All the classical, typical moves. Bishop e2, Bishop e7. Knight f3, Knight f6. No, Knight f3 castles, pardon me. There is the first unbalance and then castles, but we are still kind of expecting the move Knight f6, or then White will go Knight e5, because that's one of the typical Kramnik ideas, yeah, that Knight f6, you jump in first, and if Black tries to develop the Knight, then White gets the chance to play Knight c6, and if Bishop c6, Rook c6 happens, then the pair of bishops usually were almost always enough for Kramnik to squeeze out a win in a brilliant technical manner. All right, okay. I just wanted to highlight that, yes, not only Hans Niemann is someone special, also Andrei Devyatkin, a player who loves this game so much. And is maybe Hans then playing against Andrei? Because Kramnik knows Andrei very well. So he definitely might have taught him that, you know, he's a very dangerous, tricky guy, very good in unbalanced positions. He's looking for tricks and like this. And then Hans says, you know, I'm going to trade queens. I'm going to just play a quiet ending. All right, we can also move on. I just wanted to highlight that, yeah, this is a very special pairing as well. What else do we have? And where you want to go? Because this was my pick, so it's now your turn.
Okay, well, let's go to Arjun's game. The reason I say that is because I can also see out the corner of my eye, things have gotten completely out of control here. And
wow. Actually, yeah, let's just go step by step. Yeah,
yes.
This is the moment we left off. Queen takes d4, and d5 was indeed played. So d5, rook d1, the move that we kind of debated, and we felt like we are not fresh enough yet for this position. What are your thoughts? So the move e6 happened, White played e3, knight c6, queen to b2. Wow, keeping this battery on, yeah, against the pawn on g7, just in case. Bishop e7, knight c3, bishop f6, kind of a very nice little regrouping. However, who will protect the d5 pawn in long run? Queen e2, knight d6,
wow.
c takes d5, knight e7 on the board.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Now, the computer clearly has hated that, so let's try and understand why. And I guess intuitively there's a way to take on e6 here.
Yeah, d takes e6 is so tempting, but of course for us commentators it's very easy. Those are not our pieces. Yeah, so we can just take on e6. Black will clearly take the knight with bishop takes e3.
And now I guess... I can see it. You can take on c3.
Yes.
And then go queen d2.
You don't even include ef, yeah, so queen
and
d2
if rook
is
c6, bishop b5.
Oof! Lawrence.
I know, buddy. I know.
Lawrence. You are razor sharp.
Razor sharp. Ouch! I just cut myself.
Wow. Wow. Okay, so Arjun is looking aside. Can I listen in to the broadcast? Is he signaling? I don't know if any of the players checks out the video afterwards and realizes that your suggestions are...
Actually, one of the players did say they watched the commentary yesterday and they enjoyed it, so...
Lovely.
Yeah.
But okay, you are a threat to the anti-cheating commission.
That's it.
We have to make sure that everything is, nicely isolated here. Okay, we are hidden in the building, so it should be fine. But the moves that you are just shouting out are scary. Lawrence,
there's
immediately crushing.
There's one more move that we have to think about. That after d takes e6, you can think about rook takes c3.
Yeah, but okay, then everything just falls, because then we haven't even sacrificed anything, no?
Well,
then it's we win by other measures.
Probably.
For example, okay, you just take.
Where is the knockout blow?
Well, yeah, it's a question if you are looking for knockout, but there is a fancy kind of queen c4 move.
That's fancy.
It's fancy, probably not good, but I just wanted to highlight.
Bishop takes e1.
Well, then rook takes d6. Queen takes d6, queen c8, knight c8. I can't checkmate you there, yes. So queen c4 is fancy, but it does not work. The idea was to play rook d6, but after queen d6, queen c8 checkmate is not possible due to knight takes c8. So we have to calm down, but yeah, after rook c3, there are so many possibilities.
You can just go bishop c3, and queen d3. That's more simple. And now if bishop b4, knight c2 is the idea, and you can't keep the bishop protecting the knight, and if bishop e5, you can play f4.
Yes, and after bishop e1...
You take on d6.
We take on d6.
And I think black isn't in time to save the back rank.
Well, actually, Arjun played a different move. He played knight b5.
Wow.
Interesting. He played the move knight b5.
He wants bishop takes a1, d takes e6 like this, does he?
Yeah, but still, somehow knight b5 is not as impressive as d takes e6. It's not just because the computer was highlighting that d6 was working, but simply after knight b5, I feel that there should be something for black to stabilize. Maybe I'm wrong, but... Because the point is, after d takes e6, this rook takes e3, I can't really take seriously, because I just feel like in this case we are talking about two pieces versus rook. We already have two pawns for it, and there are all kinds of pins and everything. Even if I just take on f7 and play knight fc or play a move like knight fc, even then I feel that this looks very strange. I don't believe that you can get away with fe6 with all these pins and so on. But okay, the game featured the move knight b5. And now let's think for black. How to proceed? So the idea you mentioned is that after bishop takes a1, you are positive that Arjun is planning to take d6.
Well, I think that's the idea.
d6, so again the pin is a big issue. So bishop e5 would be kind of
f4.
Natural, but yeah, it runs into many things. One of them is just f4. Devastating pin. So it means that bishop a1 is out of question. One move would be knight takes b5, but then d takes e6. Is that a move or... Okay, let me check. Knight b5 is a natural move. I take knight b5.
So now I think I take on f6 first.
Yeah, and then just take on b5, or do you even give queen g4 check? Yeah, what do you do?
I think I just take... no, queen. I like queen g4.
You have this queen g4, bishop takes b5 possibility as well.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny.
Yeah, queen g4 check.
Yeah, knight g6. Whoa. Or do we go king f8 and then try to go rook g8?
Yeah.
Is that a possibility?
I think that's serious, but...
But anyway, the issue will be that we can never really capture the pawn with the piece because of e4, yeah, the pin. ever since this, and that was the kind of big question that after d5, rook d1, early in the morning, do you want to get into all this crazy jungle motifs or not? Where we see that black actually decided to go for it, but now he needs to calculate. Nepo is also very interested and excited about this position. This is a very special one. On move 11 from a symmetrical English, we got this.
Yeah, it feels as though black is unfortunately just a little too too pinned. Too many pins. Too many pins, too many options for white. I'm confident Arjun today is going to win. Let's move on.
Yeah, let's move on.
Because I did see another one, Nepomniachtchi. Let's have a look.
Yeah.
We looked at it after c5. This was the last time we were here.
Exactly.
Okay.
And this is the current position. Yeah. Oof. Yeah, that's the logical follow-up, and that's why I dare to say after move 4 c5 that white is having a strategically winning position, because kind of everything that followed is exactly how we envision things like this after c5. Yeah, because what did we talk about? That black's bishop on a8 will be stuck, the bishop on f8 will also have trouble, white will simply reinforce the structure on the queen side with b4, thanks to the space advantage and everything, he will beautifully maneuver his pieces. It's also kind of common knowledge. Once you have the space advantage, it's so much more easier for you to regroup your pieces. I think this is what we are seeing here, just to go through the moves. Yeah, everything is logical. And then white will also hit with h4 at some point. Exactly, h4 is already played. Gh4, knight ef3. Bishop f6, so black is hang on to the pawn. Tries to go knight g7, knight f5, but the opponent is Jan Nepomniachtchi, who goes for e4, breaks in the center. A very well-timed break. Knight g7, bishop dc, knight f8. Harshit is fighting for his life, but it just feels like against Nepo, this is a lost cause. Knight g6, knight df3, bishop b7, knight g4, and bishop e7. We might be seeing a knight landing on h6. Black's king will lose the right to castle. What is your feeling? How long will Harshit be able to hang on in this position?
I've got a bad feeling for Harshit here. It has gone wrong. Yeah, knight h6 check, king f8. This is what I expect. I expect knight h6 check, king f8, and
do we go e5 or not?
That's what I'm trying to think.
That's a fundamental question, right?
Then there's bishop g5.
Yes, then why did we give knight h6 check, kind of?
Well,
yeah,
because I don't want to allow h5. That's
yes, or we just continue with a move like queen d1 to d2.
Yeah, I think that's
covering the f4 square, covering the g5 square.
That's the move.
And just enjoy.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. Queen d2.
And then white can also follow it up with queen e3, just beautifully cementing the position. Yeah, this is
what's going to happen.
This is very bad.
You heard it here first, guys. Knight h6 check, queen d2, and really, well,
black is completely boxed in. I think that the only kind of move that comes to mind is knight h5, trying to fight for the f4 square, and also to create a luft for the king on g7, just in case if knight f4, king g7 combined is possible, then the knight on h6 will feel vulnerable.
Actually, I missed this.
This is kind of the only move, but...
can you go g3 here?
You can, but it does not pose me such a big threat, yeah? So maybe I can just ignore king g7. Can I do this?
And now if I go e5?
Yeah. Yes, controlling the g5 square. Now with g3 you are controlling the f4 square. It's not about winning back the h4 pawn,
No.
Just making sure that black is unable to land the knight on f4, beautiful.
But it's
restriction.
a completely strange construction. And as white here, I mean, if you just do nothing here as black, I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to very swiftly try and get my bishop on a1 into the game, right? So I would play something like rook c2.
Or like this, yeah?
Yeah, rook c2, bishop b2, bishop c1. And then I've got ideas of removing the knight, landing on h6. I think
Yeah, there are many ideas.
Many ideas.
I think for black, if he's not able to escape immediately with a fantastic defense, then long term the position is kind of hopeless. It's not only that directly he has a lot of trouble, but also long terms everything is in white's hand. So bad news for Harshit. I also feel like Nepo is searching for a direct kill. Don't you have this feeling when looking at him that this is the current position, I'm bringing it back, that he will play knight h6 check?
I'm almost certain he's going to play knight h6. No, I say that. Do you know what? I've got to be honest. I think there are certain players in the world. So there are two players in the world that I have struggled to kind of guess what they ever want to do. Jan Nepomniachtchi is one of them. I really struggle with him. And you know the other guy who I can never guess the move? And, you know, I've been commentating for years with you, Peter. I'll tell you the name.
He just plays queen d2 first,
immediately.
yes.
It might transpose because after h5 there's knight h6 check. So actually, this is a better version. What am I talking about? Because the knight suddenly can't go to h5. So queen d2 is much better.
Yeah, more flexible.
Yes.
And if he's not afraid of h5, if he considers h5 actually a weakening, because after h5 he will jump in knight h6, then the king has to go to f8, and when white pushes now the pawn to e5, okay, exactly here maybe there is this bishop, bishop g5 doesn't work. Knight e6 or knight f7. Wins the game on the spot. Yeah, queen d2, the same spirit, just making sure that you control the g5, f4 squares. And who was the second player?
Fedoseev.
Of course. Okay, Fedoseev, it's impossible.
It's impossible.
Yes.
I've never seen a guy, honestly, I remember, you know, I think I've commentated a few events, classical, blitz, rapid. I think one year he was playing the World Rapid Championships and I was commentating. And I think I just couldn't get a single, like, honestly, it was just his game. And I think out of 10 or 15 attempts, I didn't get one move. Yes. I can't guess it.
That was in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia in 2017?
It was in Warsaw.
In Warsaw, 2021.
2021.
Yes.
And I just remember thinking, goodness me. He just plays such an original form of chess. And you know, some players you're just not on the same wavelength. And for me, it's always been Jan and Fedoseev. But there are other guys whose moves...
Actually, one more person who I can come up and...
You tell me.
Actually, when I went back to the hotel on the way back, I was thinking like, wow, maybe he would be my dark horse. Maksudlu. Please try to guess a move of
Impossible. Impossible.
Yes.
Impossible.
Actually, he's a buddy of Fedoseev.
It doesn't surprise me.
They are very good friends.
But there are other players where, you know, I feel as though I can read their soul with what they're going to do. You know, I mean, there are just some players. I guess Levon is on that list as well. I mean, sometimes I struggle with Levon.
Unpredictable. By the way, let's check out his game. Did he play your move?
Levon is completely... of course he did.
Did he play? Let's check.
Did he?
On the boards, no, actually he played in a slightly different fashion, but the spirit remains the same. So after queen g5, he took on d5, takes h4. Computer also said that this was a good possibility. Because the idea, okay, he plays knight f3, that's kind of shocking, not rook h3. I believe rook h3 should have been the spirit. Bishop b7, and now he gets the chance to correct himself with rook h3. Maybe black should have somehow tried to stop that with bishop e6, but then knight g5. I don't know exactly what computer disliked, but once we discovered this idea, thanks to you, that the rook it's such a thematic move. So it's not about the move itself, but the concept that we are playing extra rook. We don't play one pawn down because our king is already safe. And this is the problem. The rook on h8. If that rook would be on f8, or I mean on e8, then black would be kind of winning. Then black has control of the center, everything. Black's headache is this rook on h8, and it can never get into the game.
Looks losing to me for black. I mean, white's next move is rook g3. And then already there are probably some tactics that you have to think about. And I mean, yeah, it looks completely over. And white, you know, white might not even have to do something extraordinary. He might just be able to go rook g3, and if black just does nothing. And
then queen c3 also possible.
Well, you can play queen c3. Yeah.
Also just e4, bishop c4, whatever.
Well, I mean, yeah, either e4. I was even thinking e3. I mean, maybe you don't even need to put the pawn on e4. You can put it on e3, bring the bishop out, and suddenly there's knight e5 and knight g5, and it looks crushing for white. And the problem black has is the moment you go knight c6 in this position, Levon is going to play rook d7 a tempo, hitting the bishop, and then f7 again is being attacked, and this position is just a dream for Levon.
Hopelessly lost for black, yes. Actually, let's just try to understand what was the chance for black after knight f3, because computer hated this move.
Let me tell you what it is.
All right.
You got to take it.
You think to take it, yeah?
Yeah, I think you got to take it.
But then e takes f3 comes.
Yeah, and then knight c6.
And why not knight c6 immediately with some knight before ideas?
I think...
so like maybe I have some tempo possibility also.
Knight c6, but then rook h3.
Okay, let me put it on the board. Knight c6, rook h3, and then maybe I can...
Yeah,
but okay, you are coming from this angle, yeah?
For example...
You never know.
Yeah. I think the idea is that you actually have to take it.
Okay, let's cheat. Let's turn on the engine because we already have live action. So, okay, no, but this is strange.
No.
Yeah, computer just says bishop. Because after bishop e7, if e4, you can play bishop e6. That's obvious. But what's the difference after rook h3? Oh no! Oh no! Really?
That's it.
That's it.
I told you this at the beginning. That
unbelievable. There is the move long castle.
Oh my god.
Just getting away. Of course, it's still dangerous, everything, but it's a game changer, right? You get a heart attack. How can you follow the game? Yeah,
no.
How do you continue the game after the shock?
I think you just resign as white here. Just the shock is too
much.
A
state of shock.
Yeah.
Wow, unbelievable, fantastic.
God.
Bishop is, and that's why it was so essential to keep the bishop on d5, that it blocks the d file.
Oh my god.
Wow.
What a move.
Yes. What a move it could have been, but...
I mean, Peter, if you got this in your game, right, you go rook h3...
Thinking that's it,
and he goes castles, you probably have to go to the toilet just to put some water in your face to cool off, because you'd be sick, right? And you can't show it. You can't show it.
How did I miss it?
How did I miss it? You know, you can't show it in your emotions. But now the position is kind of acceptable for black.
Yes, and now after rook h3, Benny played the move bishop e7, but now we know that there is no long castle. The rook is controlling the d8 square.
Oh my god. So rook g3 is like, you just play rook g3 here, right? Attacking g7.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight one thing, that for example, just to illustrate, that if black king would be on b8 and rook would be on a8, what do you think, that the move long castle is possible or not? Is it legal or not? Because I think many people are confused about this kind of thing.
Black king on b8, the rook on a8.
Yes, black king on b8 and the rook on a8.
You're still castling through check, no?
No, you can castle.
You can castle.
You can castle because the king does not cross the d file, and that's the key. It's very counterintuitive.
Yes.
I have blundered in one of our training games with Vincent, that he suddenly castled, and I've had like, wait a second, isn't this cheating? And it's possible, yeah? Right. So that's why I wanted to use the chance to highlight that, we talked about long castles. With the king from g8, you cannot castle through the d5, but if the king comes from the queen side, then actually you can castle despite the rook being on d1. It's confusing.
Incredible.
It's tricky stuff.
Okay, but let's look at this current position. So if I go rook g3 here, you have to go f6, right? No other move. I mean...
Yes, but you know, my hand cannot even make the move f6. Yeah, it's such a weakening.
Yeah.
But yeah, what else? And then you just play e4, bishop
But
c.
now you can...
You are threatening to
castle. Yeah,
Yes.
this is the
Okay,
point.
so then...
So
wait
do
a
you-
second. Queen c4 check, queen f7.
Exactly. So it's not trivial.
Wow, so there is still some hope for black. It looked so hopeless with this king. So let's just show this, yeah, that e4, seemingly bishop c4 check is coming, but all of a sudden black can make the move short castle. We don't know how much it helps, but certainly humanly it's a completely different feeling. Bishop c4 check would be kind of natural to develop the bishop, but already the engine dislikes it. Bishop c4, king h8, there is some safety all of a sudden.
What if, I've got an idea, Peter.
Okay.
What if instead of e4 you go e3? Because I don't like the pawn on e4. I like it on e3 much better.
Okay,
You
so castle.
bishop c4 check,
Okay, king h8.
king h8, and now I want to deliver the bad news.
Somehow the natural bishop c4 is always criticized by the engine, yeah? With the pawn on e4, with the pawn on e3, and makes me wonder then what's the big issue is, including some bishop e2 at the start, kicking that queen away from h5. Is that a key kind of motive? Then it doesn't really matter even with the pawn on e4, because computer was not criticizing any of the e4, e3 moves. Let's just, for example, imagine that white plays the move bishop e2, which looks a bit timid. It doesn't look so frightening.
But you do threaten a knight jump.
Yeah, you are threatening knight e5 or knight g5. So
queen e8 only move.
Queen e8 is like the humanly natural only move, and then already computer is extremely aesthetic. What about this? Now bishop c4 check and
King
then
h8.
e5, and then somewhere knight g4. But I'm not seeing yet that why is this?
Yeah.
Okay, improved version, but a killer.
I think I've seen it. I've seen the light. I know it.
Then tell us.
I've seen it.
Okay.
You ready?
Okay, ready.
Instead of e4, you play e3.
Okay.
Same variation.
Yes.
Castles.
Bishop e2.
Bishop e2, queen e8. Bishop c4 check. King h8, queen f5. Threatening some bishop d3s. Maybe even knight e5 is a threat, because after fe you might have some rook g7 check, king g7, bishop e5, bishop f6 stuff. Possibly, it requires.
Yes.
It requires some. Obviously, I would reach here, and then I would start to work basically.
Yeah. So basically, what you say that because we were able to kick the queen back, we got
Yes.
access to the f5 square.
Yes.
And once the queen lands on f5, then all the tactics will work in our favor.
At least it feels very good, and potentially if black even tries. Well, okay.
Okay, rook d8 would be kind of a
let's say
natural
rook
move. No?
d8, and now it feels very close, right? So, so I think we probably, take on
Yes,
d8.
I have to take with the bishop.
You take with the bishop.
Because if I take with the queen, then you will play bishop d3, g6, rook take g6.
Exactly.
That's how I know you. So I have
do.
to take with the bishop. Try to control the g6 square. I'm threatening bishop e4.
I know.
Just saying.
But here maybe. Okay, you ready for this? You're going to leap out your chair.
Okay. Holding on to it, yes.
No, it nearly works. I want to go knight e5. Fe5, it doesn't work. And bishop takes e5, just for the fans.
Wow.
but it doesn't work. Bishop
Okay,
F6.
let me
Yeah.
put it on the board. This is your dream.
Yeah, but Bishop F6.
This is what you are dreaming of. But yes, after Fe, Bishop E5, Bishop F6.
Bishop D3.
But then Bishop D3. No, I can't play Bishop F6. Then Bishop D3.
so
threatening
so what to do
checkmate.
after this? Bishop takes E5.
Well, probably to think first, yeah?
First, you shower the board with gold coins, and then you think.
Well, I have a move like Rook F6. Is that a move? Is that a defense?
Yes, it is a defense.
Yes, at least,
And
okay,
now-
one move.
And now, just for the fans, Rook takes G7, Rook
Yes.
takes F5, Rook G8 mate.
Yes, just
Come
for
on,
the
put
fans,
that
yes.
on. Don't. Come on.
Wow, beautiful.
Come on.
Beautiful. But I'm also very happy, you know, my heart is shining that I was able to contribute with at least one move.
You did, yeah.
In today's analysis with Rook F6, a defender
Now,
by
Rook-
elimination.
Rook takes G7 doesn't work, unfortunately, but
Yeah, so Rook
because there's a Queen
G7,
G6 at the
Black
end.
can just take and then Queen G6 is coming. Yeah, so, okay, crazy position. Obviously, it looks fantastic for white. Levon will find the knockout. Wait a second. Who is crying or sleeping or what is this posture?
That's board 2, I think.
Yes, that's Gokher Khan.
Yeah.
After knight b5. Maybe then
But
let's head back to
We
that
will,
board.
but Peter, listen,
Or-
I won't be able to sleep if I don't know the truth.
What
here.
is the truth? Well, the truth is that black is in a lot of trouble, no?
Yeah, but I want to know that line with Bishop E2, Queen E8. To
Actually, wait a second. Levon made a move
see Queen C4.
and he played the prophylactic Queen C4,
Yeah.
which is maybe brutal.
Yes.
Setting up the Rook G3 idea. And even if black castles, there will be the pin because the king remains on G. This is total genius move.
Yeah, this is a genius move.
Queen C4 and the famous quote, the threat is stronger than the execution.
This is a genius move.
Wow, incredible. Yeah, why do you give the move F6 for black? That's the only move that gives him stability. And Levon gets up. He knows that he has done the move that basically just finishes the game off. How do you put resistance?
I think you probably have to go B5.
Yeah, you have to, but then the position just falls apart from every angle and we are not even up material.
Yeah. Beautiful move.
What a move. Sensational move.
Can we
Yeah.
just check that?
And let me just put the king
Yeah.
after castles just to highlight that, yes, normally castles and black king is in safety, but due to the pin along the A2 G8 diagonal, the move Rook G3 is simply deadly. There is no defense against Rook take G7. F6 is impossible, illegal, and Bishop F6 doesn't help because of the pin. Bishop takes F6. Ben in a state of shock, horror, Queen C4. What a brutal move, but we'll do justice for you. You came up, Lawrence, with so
Yeah.
many brilliant ideas. You deserve to know the truth.
Yeah, I need to know.
So Bishop E7, Rook G3, F6.
Yeah.
So your heart is for E3.
Yes.
We're gonna play the move E3, castles,
Bishop E2.
and Bishop E2.
I think, well,
also.
here we can already start to check.
Yeah, let me turn on the engine. We will get to know the truth so that you can quietly sleep.
Oh.
You can go on with your life. Simply
Okay, Bishop
H5
H5 is good, but look, third line, Bishop C4, check King H8, Queen F5 is there.
is there, yeah, but it's not a total knockout. But
And this is what I wanted to mention. Bishop takes F3, G takes F3 was in my... this is what I wanted
just
to do.
creating luft for your king, yeah?
Yeah,
Nice.
so I can double on the G file.
Yeah, takes. So you wanted Bishop D.
Rook takes G7, wins!
Wow, but okay, it gets to an endgame. Don't get so excited.
Knight G5?
It's good, but after Knight G5, Queen G6,
96.
black is able to trade pieces, yeah? King H8. And if you have to take and Knight takes F8, then clearly this isn't what you hoped for.
No, it's not, but...
There is no way to protect the G6 pawn. That's the trick. Yeah, King G7 runs into Knight E6 fork, and otherwise white picks up the pawn, and it's not only pawn
Importantly,
up,
Bishop E4, F3, and E4, cutting the bishop off. This is beautiful.
but this is beautiful, yes. So there were all kinds of
So it
funny
worked.
moves. I also would like to just mention computer's main move, and it shows how powerful white's
Yeah.
position is. The computer indicates that H5 is deadly, devastating, because, okay, let's follow it in our footsteps with rook d8, and then computer just continues slowly with knight h4. Why do you want to sacrifice, my friends? Why? When you can just play h5,
For
knight
the
h4,
fans.
knight f4.
For
Of
the
course.
public.
Of course, we are doing for the gallery, for the fans, for our viewers. But yes, this is a very effective one with +4 advantage, just checkmate without any sacrifices. All right, so we have seen it. The move queen c4 is also brilliant by
brilliant move.
by Lev. Actually, there is the problem after b5, queen takes b5, the queen hits the bishop. And if you move that bishop, for example, to c6, hitting the
Go
queen,
back.
then the queen moves back. And black achieved absolutely nothing. Amazing. Never, what is the lesson? Never take a poison pawn against Levon Aronian.
Yeah, I agree.
You will get punished, and punished real badly. So, all right.
Yeah, Benny
maybe
in big
Magnus.
problems. Yeah.
Back to Magnus.
Back
probably.
to Magnus.
Yeah, let's
Oh,
go
wow.
back to Magnus. And this is a slow affair, and that was exactly the reason why we felt like there was this golden opportunity for Magnus to go for this e5, d4 ideas. Definitely has seen the move knight c2. Yeah, that was the reason why he did not play e5, but now white stabilized, and this is a very typical construction. I had it against David Anton Guijarro in Tallinn 2006 in a blitz game, this construction. And the reason why I remember this very well is that, yes, it was insane that we got this kind of position and nobody could move, because everything was already placed to perfection, and I had a big time advantage. And I was hoping for something, and then suddenly David Anton just started shuffling his bishop back and forth. For example, I don't know, maybe a move like g3, bishop g2 would be possible, also just to anticipate already this knight g6, knight h4 kind of ideas. And he was moving back and forth, and I realized that since I can't do anything, time is not important. And it's very, it had an effect on me. It's still in my system, this game.
Amazing. You know, when you said that, Peter, at the beginning, I would thought, yeah, I had a game against David Anton in the Isle of Man 2017. I didn't expect the 2006 Blitz
in
Tallinn to be the suggestion from you.
Yeah, I don't know. This was the European Championship, Blitz and Rapid Championship. There were like 40, 50 games per tournament, but this is kind of the only main game that I really remember, because it had such an impact. Nothing moves here. So how will Magnus create winning chances? And we talked about it, that Finek is actually a Catalan player, which means that he is strategically a very well-developed player. And he senses, he feels nuances. Of course, we know that there is no player in the world who senses nuances the way Magnus senses them, but this is kind of a simplified position. How will Magnus create real chances? And Finek also controls the clock quite well for the moment. What is your prediction? Will we see the upset, which would be a draw here?
Yeah. I'm going to say Finek doesn't lose today. I'm going to say he finds a way to stabilize a bit more and then force some trades. For example, in this position, I don't know how outrageous this is, but I want to go g3 here.
Yes,
okay.
g3 absolutely. This is prophylactic against knight g6, knight h4.
Exactly.
That makes
but the real point
sense.
is that, I mean, and this is where perhaps you can tell me if I'm very weak, but my idea of g3, apart from that, is I want to maneuver my queen to g2.
Wow, but that's a little bit too deep, no?
It's too much, right?
Probably it's too deep.
Because then I've got some knight f5.
Knight f5 business, yes. Let's just highlight, because this is beautiful. If white gets the queen to g2 and it's white to move, then black still has to worry about knight f5.
But just for one tempo, my bishop is a bit loose on f3, and I'm worried that there's some tactic, but I can't make it work. Well,
one of the things that once you played the move g3, I might think about is that does this knight really belong to g6, or it was, just a nice way to open up the d file. Also, the queen is now protecting the bishop on b7. So in this regard, the knight jump is very much on the agenda, and you have weakened the b4 square, then maybe I could be, because otherwise knight f6 would be a thematic move, yeah, also to trade the light square bishop, but if now we can play the move knight b4, then probably we should.
But now you have to be careful, because I can take on b7,
Okay.
queen takes b7, and play queen g4. And now I'm...
All of a sudden, yeah? you
yeah,
are-
and knight g6, I play h4 instantaneously, don't think about it.
Wow.
And actually, you have to suddenly be careful here as black, I feel.
Yeah, and we should also mention that there is a possibility of protecting the g7 pawn with f7, f5.
Correct.
But as we know, the pawns don't go back.
Correct.
This is a long-term weakening. Then the pawn on e6 will be vulnerable. Also, the knight from c4 is beautifully eyeing the e5 square. This would be strategically
Probably
very
it's
shaky.
the only move, actually, in the position.
I don't know. Is it?
Well, I mean...
No, I don't want to weaken my structure like this. You are threatening. You are too aggressive. You are intimidating me. So, okay, but let me play...
Okay, knight g6, h4.
Knight g6 h4. Yeah, that's
Just simple.
that's horrible if it works. Okay, I have bishop f8, but bishop f8 isn't exactly what I signed up. And then rook takes c4, knight e5. Is there something like no?
No,
I
can
can't
take
do
with the
this.
pawn.
Yeah, you can take with the pawn. Yeah. So okay, let's fall back with the bishop, protecting the pawn on g7, but you keep on advancing with h5.
And after rook c4, I also have hg6, right?
gc on the board.
Yep.
Yes, exactly. Wow, so it's not only that it is very solid for white, but it might also not be so easy for black to even fully equalize. Is that what you might be also signaling? Because if not for the move knight b4, then...
And also, there's queen f1 and queen g2, but here white might just play h4,
H4.
anyway.
Yes.
And put the pawn on h5 and ask some questions.
h4 next. So just keep it on h4 so
Yeah.
that you are always...
Peter, why am I not a grandmaster? What's going on here?
Well, because maybe you should not be so aggressive.
Okay.
Maybe you should play...
You want to be my coach? You want to teach me the way?
Well, if I would have time, maybe. But
Look,
the
we'll
point
talk to
is,
Vincent.
no, but actually it's not even about the coaching. I think just giving you tips, directions. Because now that we are doing the commentary together, I'm listening to your suggestions. I feel like you might have to rethink your chess.
I
Which
agree.
openings you play.
I
Because
agree.
maybe your openings are not suiting
They're
your
not good.
style. You're
Yeah.
actually much more mature. You have to combine strategy and tactic and every element because you are good in everything. Just don't think that you are only aggressive. Maybe that's the
Let's
advice.
make it work, Peter. Look, Vincent, he's okay. He doesn't need you anymore. He's
doing fine, yes?
He's doing fine. Me and you will go around the, you know, we'll share a one-bedroom hotel in Bucharest. You know, play all grandmaster. You'll love it. It's like the good old days. Like
wow.
you don't like the nice Paris hotels and the Las Vegas. Come on, we'll have a lot of fun. We'll talk about football and films.
Yeah, we only have to ask Sophie, my wife, what she thinks about the idea.
The problem is I can't pay you anything. That's the issue. So you have to do it just from the goodness of your heart.
Well, I would love to. With my heart, I'm with you. And
you.
I'm really hoping for this project works because if you come up with a move like Knight C1 yesterday, please, guys, whoever missed it, go and check it out. In the game of Arjun Erigaisi, the move Knight DC to C1 after the move C7, C5. That was suggested by Lawrence without any engines. Then today, H4, Rook H3, and this is just the beginning.
This is just the beginning, buddy. I'll talk to Vincent, don't worry. No, on a serious note, it's really a pleasure commentating with you, Peter, as always, because you're just have got such a deep knowledge about so many strategic components of this game. I learn a lot from you, so it's great. And I hope everybody at home, of course, I'm just having fun making these. Please don't take anything I say seriously. But I hope everybody at home
only your good moves.
Yeah, only the good moves. Yes. I hope everybody at home is enjoying the commentary and learning a little bit, because one of the ways you can get better at chess is, of course, by listening to top players like Peter talk about chess, talk about positions, talk about their thought process and what they are considering. And it's like free lessons. It's really, really great. So we're very fortunate to have Peter here guiding us And
Magnus is not fortunate to face Finek. Look at his body
he's not
language,
happy.
his face. He's not happy at all because everything White has done makes perfect sense. White even said, you know what? In this structure, I did not have to move the bishop from a1. So Magnus goes for the move knight g6.
that surprises me.
So he invites the move h4.
So what is he going to do?
Why he isn't afraid of the move h4? It's very interesting. Or is he trying to provoke some aggression from his young opponent? Okay, let's put this pawn on h4, right?
Yeah.
Let's try to figure things out because this is the most natural move. Yeah, we played the move g3, not only covering the h4 square, but also enabling us to go h4. Interesting.
I have no idea.
It's not automatic
Absolutely not automatic.
that we have a reaction to this move. Because knight f6 also doesn't really make much difference. Yeah, h5 can be played, so that cannot be the idea. Certainly Magnus has something in mind. Is somewhere e5 a possibility? That's usually a move that weakens black's construction horribly.
Looks losing to me.
Yes, but if it does not lose, then it makes sense. So at least we should try to pinpoint for our audience also that, yeah, e5 weakens all the squares, so white will jump to f5 with the knight. That's kind of given. Yeah, and once we do it, first of all, we force black to think, where does black puts that queen? Queen e6 might run into some bishop g4 issues, and queen f6 keeps all this. Okay, then the position
I can't
just
believe it. That
yeah,
e5 is.
it's horrible. Also, my hand cannot really make a move. Just wanted to highlight that, yeah, usually such moves are horrible unless they concretely work. So, but then what is exactly Magnus planning here? Will he just play a move like h6, invite h5, and then fall back with the knight to f8 and indicate that this pawn on h5 could be a long-term weakness?
I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
But then what are we missing?
I don't know.
It
I'm
drives
very
me crazy.
confused. I'm very confused.
It drives me crazy because what is
very
the strategical move? We know that Magnus is such a big strategist. He doesn't want to do anything committing.
I'm very confused. I'm very confused.
I'm completely puzzled. Yeah, I
don't
don't want to turn on the engine, and as long as I don't touch the mouse, I even physically, I'm unable to turn on. So everybody can just see my hands. It's not moving towards the mouse. What is happening? One of the biggest mysteries, yeah?
In the universe. I mean, people talk about, like, you know, trying to find, you know, other life forms in space or solving 1,000 years old complex mathematical questions.
But the real question is what happens after h4 in this position?
I mean, this is clearly the most puzzling question that humanity has ever faced. Because I don't
H4.
understand at all what's going on here. In fact, this move, you know, if I was playing Magnus and he played knight g6 against me, and I would calm myself and say, okay, h4. And if I couldn't find the answer, I think I might just resign as white and just say, look, okay, you win.
I'm gonna push h4 and I want to find out.
H4,
No?
look, you just have the game.
Yes.
I'm not interested. You can't allow me to play this move. And I can't, and I don't know because I'm absolutely, it's just, h4 is screaming out to be played.
But is this maybe the big trick of Magnus by going knight g6, that he poses these questions, and poor Finek definitely has tremendous respect for Magnus, yeah, and he thinks like, wow, Magnus is waiting for the move h4, and I don't understand what he has in mind, and now he's thinking for 5 minutes already.
I mean, I just don't understand. I just don't understand.
Okay, now,
Okay, we
now
gotta
my
have it.
hand
Yeah,
is
I
moving
mean,
to the mouse.
just check,
I'm gonna
please.
check because this is really so.
This is worse than like waterboarding.
H6, main move, only move. I told you. Magnus is kind of provoking H5, knight f8. That was the
Unbelievable.
only way. And let's just see, H6, H5, knight f8, and then knight H7, knight G5. Exactly. This is what we are setting up.
Unbelievable.
Magnus, very
This is
tricky.
unbelievable.
Provoking.
Okay, but after H4, H6, you don't have to
You
go
don't
H5.
have to, yes. But then the question is, why did you play H4? Because H6 is a very useful move for black if you are not really hitting me with H5.
Okay, so, okay. That's, I mean, it's genius. I mean, it's just genius. It's just so strong. It's otherworldly.
And
He
Finek
doesn't
says,
do it,
thank
you
you
know.
very much.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get provoked. And look at
Yeah.
the disappointment.
Yeah,
Probably he was so happy to
Yeah.
blitz out H4, H6 to show his incredible mastery. Yeah, so the move Bishop G2 happened. Finek says, no. I will just play solidly. But now already the move Knight F6. The move that I was claiming that it's one of my professional moves because there's a Queen's Indian kind of structure. I was playing this many times. Also against Reti, I was playing this D5, E6 kind of construction, so Knight F6. But we will turn off the engine. Engine's main move is Knight F6. For this Knight F6, I did not need the... Well, actually, I also highlighted H6 as a move.
We don't need the engine. We are the engine.
Yeah,
bit
you
like-
find all the killer moves, I find the stabilizers.
That's right. Together, we would be an awesome team.
Yes. Absolutely.
It reminds me, we're just saying we don't need the engine. You remember the film The Matrix?
Yes.
And there's a scene in The Matrix where there's the young kid. They go to see the Oracle.
Yes.
Do you remember that? And there's like a group of people in the waiting room to see if they are the one. And there's one young kid that says, don't try to bend the spoon or something like that. Kind of be the spoon. It's a bit like us. We're not going to just try to emulate the engine. Be the engine. Be the Matrix. We don't need the engine. We are the Matrix.
Yes, and Finek goes Bishop B2. I'm just loving the way how he reacts. Because Magnus Bishop G2 was answered with H6. Clearly, yeah, black makes the natural useful move. And Finek knows that the only thing he has to pay attention to is the clock.
Yes.
Because his position is extremely solid. Also, now we get this Catalan kind of structure. Very much my position against David Anton, that famous blitz game from Tallinn. And it's just so incredibly difficult to do anything to the position. There is this tremendous status quo. I remember that during the game I felt like I have the b4 square, so maybe I can do something with it. Then I realized later that thanks to this pawn on a4, actually, white can just maintain this knight on c4, which gives also tremendous stability. It takes away the e5 square, it eyes the b6 pawn as well. So black also doesn't have the freedom to shuffle around with his minor pieces because you always have to keep an eye on that pawn. All this combined, I feel like draw is very much in the cards.
Absolutely. And I said this a while ago, I feel as though there is a really good chance for Finek to hold today. Very tough position for Magnus to generate some chances here. Okay, let's move on, shall we? Let's see if there's been any results. Doesn't look like it. Raja Harshit apparently is in a critical spot against Nepo. Let's just go to the existing position, shall we? A lot of moves have been played.
Oof.
Well, it's wow. This is. Whew.
Yes.
This is beyond disgusting, right? I mean, Nepo is not even a piece down here.
Yeah, normally you sacrifice something
Yeah.
big to get a position like this. He haven't sacrificed anything. Just very quickly to get the updates. So it was Queen D2 we saw last, Knight H5. Yeah, black is trying for the only counterplay that he has, and then Jan find a very direct approach. E d5, of course, because if you took e d5, then white get access to the f5 square as well, or maybe even with the knight, or with the bishop. So black kind of captured that with the pawn, but now Nepo, having the complete overview, goes b5.
Oh my goodness.
If black takes bc, then after dc, the bishop from a1 comes to life, and with knight h6 or queen h6, it will be game over. So black had nothing else to play, rook c7, and
oh my goodness.
that's when the story ends. Yeah,
geez.
it's obvious that this is over. So these are the moves. White collects the pawn back, finally gives the check, and king f7, d takes e5. It's not too early to design here.
He's actually a pawn up, white, is he?
No, he got the pawn back.
He got the
no?
pawn back, did he?
Just that if he can't, the pawn on c6 can't, like, I don't like a rook. No, it just completely ties down black's pieces on the
Okay,
side.
I got to put this on the board. I have to do it. I have to. It doesn't quite work. Shame. I want to put knight e4.
Yes.
Queen h5 check.
Yes.
King g7. And I wanted queen h6 check to work so much. But
Wow.
it doesn't quite.
Because of the knight on e4 blocking the...
Yeah, there's the knight on e4 and also the king goes to f7. It's a real... I wanted to show queen h6 check. King takes h6. Knight takes f5 double check. King g6 rook h6 check. Now, if there was a pawn on f7, king takes f5, we still don't make it.
It's also working.
It's also
yes.
working. But
Yes.
you've got to look out for these things. You've got to look out. Of course, you don't have to sacrifice the queen. After knight e4, queen h5 check, king g7, there are a million ways to win. Probably knight takes f5 check is beautiful.
Yes. Also, you can include somewhere bishop
Yes.
takes e4. Yeah, for example, knight f5, ef, bishop takes e4. D takes e4, e6 check, bishop f6,
Queen
and then
G5.
queen g5 or queen h6.
Yeah.
You even don't need to be fancy with queen g5. Yeah, it just shows once the long diagonal opens up, it's all over. Harshit knows it. Everybody knows it. That was my feeling, that basically resignation is absolutely justified.
Also, another tactic, just to show you guys, after knight e4, queen h5 check, if the king goes to f8, you've got knight g6 check, importantly,
Yes.
exploiting the pin.
And it's not only winning material, it's
mate.
checkmate on the spot. Yeah, horrible situation.
That's it. No, it's resigns is the best move here for black.
And of course, we have to mention this kind of things, that because it's all about the double runs, winning easy, losing as little energy as possible might count for the tournament, because just in a tennis Grand Slam tournament, when people are adding up that how many 5 sets matches you played and you won, and then you play against someone who is his way to quarterfinals, semifinals, whatever, you get an advantage. And I think this is also what Nepo wants. Yeah, win quickly the first game, then I have time to rest, because already round 3 will be a very big challenge.
Agreed.
So where to go next? Because it's so
this is over.
so terrible even to look at. Yeah, we feel with Harshit, we know how it feels. If you get a position like this, sometimes the best thing to you is just to design and get away from this position. Forget about it. Try to refocus on your remaining moves, remaining games.
Let's go to Fabi's position. I'm curious if... oh, wow.
That's the hedgehog speed. This is, in my mind, the way how Magnus should have played. You remember I was signaling, telling you that the hedgehog setup, slow play, there is something to play. You can play on the nerve of your opponent. And yes, white is solid, but black got the dream scenario, getting b6, b5. Finally, at the right moment, he will trade the b pawn for the c pawn, and then will try to rely on the central control with his pawns. But also what I'm liking, that I will probably never take on c4 yet, yeah, because then I'm getting a lovely c4 square for you. Due to the pin, you are tied down. Playing on the nerves, that's the way how you have to treat this position. What is your feeling?
I would hate playing with white here. Even just a candidate move is already tough.
Maybe queen d1. setting up at
CB5.
least something that the rook is then protected.
Yeah.
We might be, but I also wanted to highlight that c takes b5 is also strategically never really a move that we want to play. Let me even just make a point. So queen d1, I will make a bishop f8 move just to highlight that in this kind of position, but the good news for white is that he was able to, or she would be able to trade all pieces and then can get a4 in.
Exactly.
Yeah, if black is in time to box things in with b4 and d5, that would lead to a completely different dynamic. Yeah, then white's pawn structure on the queen side would not mean anything. It would be blocked with the b4 pawn, but white is in time to play a4 here. So all lies on Bibiza, but she played a different move. She played the move knight d4.
That's the move that I was thinking of.
Yeah, but it gives the e5 square. I felt that the knight on f3 is doing quite
But
nicely.
you threaten c takes b5 now. I mean, threaten. It's an option now.
Yes, well, is it really a threat? I'm not sure about, because now you won't be able to push a4 at the end, yeah, because not the queen recaptures on c2.
Yes.
Bishop
but
f6, is that a move or not?
Bishop f6, you have to do some calculations.
Yeah, you have to, yeah. So as commentators, it's easy to highlight that maybe bishop f6, over the board you have to double, triple check. And I don't necessarily need it, but it was kind of nice that suddenly there's an option of going bishop f6 if I want. And I might want, let me put it on the board, because it's very thematic. There's a pin here and there's a pin here. Okay, not much is happening here. This is a strategic position, but black can hope for a long game. And I think that's already something compared to Magnus's game, which is very dry.
Yeah, I think Fabi still has chances here.
Yeah, Fabi has chances.
Yeah,
yes.
he has chances.
Practically speaking, he has chances, but this is not the most exciting of positions, so we can move on. Maybe let's check out update on Arjun's game, because what happened after knight b5?
Oh, wow, yeah, this was the crazy...
Wow, a lot of things happened after knight b5, actually. And look at this, black's king on h6, look on c1. Of course, we have to jump right in there. In fact, we should, no, okay, just very quickly to see how did we get here, to get the feeling. So queen g4 was not played, queen b5, rook c5, queen a4, f5, computer hates it, but okay, we don't care.
D takes e6.
D takes e6, wow.
D takes e6.
Sensational move, and that's how we get this incredible position. Queen d1, queen a check, king g7, queen f7 check. What? This is a mistake. How could this be a mistake?
No.
So maybe then queen e7 was better. Okay, but we don't have time now to deal with this. Let's go for the current position. Queen f7 check, king h6, queen takes, and there was queen d8 back.
Yeah, he's missed this.
This was the stunning resource that Gokar Khan came up with. And queen f7, rook c1, all of a sudden, white's king is in a trouble.
No.
What's going on?
He could lose. He could lose.
He is not in time to castle.
No.
Can you imagine if the bishop would be on e2 and then white would just castle?
Oh, wow.
Everything would be fantastic. White would just win the game. But this is what a position.
He could lose.
And I would encourage the chat, whoever follows us, that if there is some crazy game, please tell us. We will be happy to jump in there, because there are so many games, it's impossible for us to know exactly which position is the most dramatic. Well, this is certainly is. What is going on? Is Arjun in trouble, or is he still fine? Because there is e7.
There's
move.
e7, so you might have the petrol, right?
And look at, wow, wait a second, there is this line you just told before that, wait, I'm now showing something. Look at, I just want to illustrate. I want to illustrate something. After rook e1, if you play the move e8 queen, then there is queen takes g2 checkmate.
Unbelievable.
What a crazy position. We have seen the engine hated my line. Just wanted to illustrate that, yes, you have to watch out for this kind of craziness. In fact, the big question after e7 that, where do we place that queen? Is, for example, queen g8 an alternative just in order to, but I don't know, still the same issues with queen f6 check. And why did engine really hate my line? It was beautiful. Because the bishop on a8 was hanging. So let's just go back to this position. The reason probably what I understood that after rook e1 there is queen takes a8, simply calmly eliminating that bishop. What a lovely move, yeah? Making sure that everything is protected. All right, so e7 will be played. And what's in store for us after that? Shall I make the move on our analysis board? Yeah, let's do it. e7, I'm pretty sure that we will be seeing this move. Arjun is taking his time, but what are our options? What does the computer see what also Arjun realized to his horror?
Because if you look at this face value, it looks losing for black, because how do you prevent queen f6 check?
Yes, and it's impossible to sacrifice the queen because the queen f6 check will also win the rook.
Maybe queen d6?
Maybe queen d6, yeah, that's the move. Guarding the f6 square and also avoiding
f8.
any f8.
And then
queen
the question
f8.
is, if white goes e8 equals queen here.
Yes, so probably
Let's
white
say.
should. They're not clearly.
Well, hold on. I think we have to take, probably.
We should, yes, I think, because queen h5 is a
Yeah.
threat. So takes, and now we don't have, well, we can take and look f1 check is a threat.
Oh,
Wait a
that's
second.
it. That's it.
And Harshit designed, I believe. There
Yes.
was nothing but, let's just show queen takes 8, rook takes f1, king f1, queen d1, checkmate.
Oh, my
That's what
goodness.
happens to you if you are not castling. Well, but what a game then, what a position. This
Yes.
is the position of the day and
Yes.
maybe the position of the tournament, to be honest.
This is so crazy.
Arjun. And also Levon has won.
Yes.
There was no question about that. But a powerful performance by Levon. And do you remember I told you, who knows, maybe Levon goes on to win the tournament in brilliant style, and then that first game will have such an impact.
That's it. That's it.
And Teodora Ignatz, we haven't checked her game against Lenier Dominguez.
No, we will come to that.
But yeah, this is such a crazy game. All eyes on Arjun.
But he didn't have to do any of this. This is the point. He went from, like, if we go to knight
now
b5.
yes, exactly. While he's thinking after queen a8 check, king g7, probably he could have picked up the knight first, and then there is nothing to talk about. Black has no time to pick up this knight because I'm expecting queen f7 check, king h6, queen f6 check, king h5, and maybe h3, g4 is also possible.
No, I think there's another way, Peter. I think there's another way.
There's another way, yeah?
Yeah, I think there's go back.
But this is still good.
This is still good, but I don't see the knockout blow.
And how you wanted? What was your...
I was thinking, no, more back. After queen takes e1, stop here.
But ef7, I have rook f8. That's a problem. Let's just show this, that ef7 can be
ef7, rook f8.
blocked with rook f8.
And I don't have...
Queen g5 check, king f8.
Queen d8
King
check.
g7 doesn't really do much.
Queen d4 check.
Okay, then f6. I get stability. No?
Yeah, that doesn't work.
That doesn't work. At least it does not improve white's position.
Okay, so you have to take and go h3.
Yeah, so queen f7, I think it's good. Yeah, king h6, queen f6, king h5. And here's the question, that what do we do? Because rook c1 is kind of a huge threat. I was suggesting the move h3. I don't know if I'm in time. There's the bishop takes g2 move after h3.
Oh my God.
I would love to play g4, but...
Oh my God.
Can you play the move bishop
yes,
g2?
You can.
And then king g2, rook g8, king f3.
Put the bishop on e2 and go king f4.
Yes,
mate.
exactly. Just to highlight this beautiful variation.
No.
This one is...
This is too much.
This is so brilliant. Yeah, rook g4, and then maybe we take with the bishop so that the pawn gives the final checkmate.
Come on.
Look at the construction.
Look at this.
Completely crazy. In any case, this was the direction. We won't be going too deep into this line, but to our horror and to Arjun's horror, And the big smile on Gokhan Khan's face that he knows that he's back.
Yes.
With Rook C1, he has already calculated
Yes.
his way, and he's such a sharp player.
Do you know him, this Gokhan Khan?
Well, don't know him personally, but I know some of the lines. He
Okay.
plays the fried liver with knight G5
right, okay.
with white and goes for all this complete craziness.
So he's a tactician then?
So probably he's a theoretician and tactician. I think he's the trainer of Salimova, I
Right.
believe.
Oh, okay.
I think I have seen her together in the World Cup. He was
see.
he was her coach.
Okay.
Rook C1. Look at the body language. Gokhan Khan is super excited. He knows that actually he's playing against Arjun Erigaisi, one of the absolute best in this craziness, and he managed to trick him.
Okay.
Arjun is super tense. Yeah, he pushes the pawn to E7. It had to be played.
Yeah, and Queen D6 is the only move here.
Queen D6 is absolutely the only move. You need to guard the F6 square. And basically, since we know that the Queen on D8 did such a brilliant job of controlling the F6 square, so Queen D6 will be blitzed out on the board. Wow. So where is the safety net for white? Probably we have to find the safety net for Arjun. Can you imagine the Indian fans who are hoping and rooting for Arjun to win the tournament, and he had the chance, and maybe he did not wake up yet?
I mean, it was very strange for me. I have to say, I'm confused. Because in this game, after knight e7, knight b5 on move 11. Was,
Exactly.
Why not play d takes e6, the classic standard, very easy to calculate.
The simple approach.
Simple approach was just winning. Arjun, though, he's a very exotic player, and he likes these crazy calculations. Another player I've actually struggled with to guess his moves over the years. And now he lands in a position where, you know,
We are in the middle of a jungle
it's a jungle out there.
where we have no map, we know nothing, GPS is not working.
It's a jungle.
Wow. Crazy. Because E8 is so tempting, but yes, after E8, Queen, we are dealing with this rook takes F1 threat after rook takes E1. So that's why we are unable to pick up the bishop. Yes, there is the defensive move Queen B5, but if we are going on defensive, then I already have very
Doesn't
bad
work.
feelings.
Bishop takes G2.
Exactly.
Wins.
Even wins because Queen
Queen G6,
G4
Queen
mate.
G4.
Yes, let's just put it. But yeah, I smell that this cannot be right. Let's just highlight the checkmate. Queen G4 checkmate. So all kinds of checkmates looming in the air. After rook takes E1.
No, you would never take white here in a million years. I mean,
Never. The good news is maybe that with F3 white can make a draw because black's king is also kind of weak. Yeah. So let's make the move F3. We are setting to play the move King F2. But it's clear that probably white will have to give perpetual check because black has so many possibilities here. What would be your choice?
that's a good question, actually.
It's not as simple as it
No,
looks, right?
It's absolutely not. Well,
And this is good news for Arjun if he has this safety net.
maybe the correct move here for black is not to go for the checks, but to play bishop c6.
Wow.
Very simply, to try bishop b5.
It's a nice move.
And then the queen, you know, let's say the queen. Okay, what are the queen options?
Well, actually, where is this queen moving? It's
let's say it goes to h8.
to the dark squares.
Yeah, to the dark squares. And now, 1 second. Now I can see the draw by force.
Well, but actually, white is risking now. Yeah, after bishop c6,
Oh, no,
black
I
is
see
super
it.
safe.
I see it. Rook takes f1.
But do you want to draw at all?
Oh, well,
That's another question.
Oh, it
but where
loses?
is the draw?
I wanted to give check, check, check.
I'm hiding on h3 if
Queen
you go
d6.
queen d6.
Ah, you have king h3.
Yes, I have king h3, yeah.
Because I saw f4, queen g6, and we take on g2. But
Yeah, yeah,
king
no,
h3.
this one I have foreseen from a distance, yeah, that actually
And
this
that's
is a problem.
so clear? f4, for example.
Okay, but also I will have g4, fg, king g2, just to look at this. I play queen d4.
Yeah.
If you play bishop d7, g4, fg, and I hide.
Oh, man.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
But okay, the point is that after bishop c6, this was such a lovely stabilizer. After queen h8, you have bishop b5.
I can play bishop b5.
You can play bishop
oh,
b5,
I can just
and
play
I'm
bishop b5.
fighting for my life with king f2, queen d2, king g3.
Yes.
And okay, I wasn't
probably make a
exactly
draw.
sure. Yeah, I should be able to make a draw with queen f6, but
Yes.
what a position.
Yeah.
What a position it is. And maybe we can even analyze it because it's quite forcing. Yeah, king f2 has to be played. Queen d2 is kind of tempting, then king g3. You can give now queen d6 check, for example. This is the super professional way, yeah, because now after king h3 you just pick up the bishop and you win. So I have to come back and then it's a draw. The reason why I said that queen d6 is super professional, because if I don't give the check on d6, I pick up the bishop, then I think I run into trouble because of queen f6 check.
King h5.
And okay, we first take king h6. We can always also take this rook, for example. Ah, no, this is already wrong. Okay, wait a second.
No,
then
queen f6 check.
And then h4, yeah, somewhere. But where?
No, I want to do. I want to be even more.
Or
king
the
h3.
king h3, g4. You started liking this king h3.
I love it. King h3. I love it.
Wow. Brilliant stuff. Let's just show it on the board. Rook takes h1, g4 checkmate. And also beautiful that after bishop d7 check, we go g4 check, and after bishop g4 fg we are also checkmating. What a crazy position. And then the players, I think, are very grateful that they still have more than 20 minutes on the clock. Imagine being the time trouble here.
Well, exactly. But I tell you something, a lot of, I might get asked occasionally, how far do these grandmasters see? Well, they can see right to the end of that variation, no problem at all. Top calculators like Arjun, he can calculate 20 moves here, no problem.
Exactly,
Easy.
because the lines are also forcing.
Forced.
Yes, because this helps. And I think also one should say, like, a top player calculates as long as he gets clarity. So if it's the clarity is only achieved after 20 moves, yeah, and there we go, e8 queen played. We will be seeing this line, rook e8, queen e8, rook takes e1, f3 will appear on the board. Rook takes e1, everything bleeds out with super confidence. Now rook takes f1, checkmate is a big threat. That's why white has to play the move. And look at Magnus. He's also super excited about this position, trying to figure out what's happening. f3 bleeds out, everything calculated. And now bishop c6 is the move that hurts actually white, because after f3 you are still kind of tempted. Okay, I'm 2 pawns up. If I'm not losing on the spot, not getting checkmated, let me get out and I might win somehow. But after bishop c6, it's clear that you have to be careful with white.
And if Arjun doesn't win, and it looks like he's not going to win this, because I think the moves we've given have been very straightforward, he will rue his opportunity, because, as I say, I'm not a fan of his 11th move decision. I think it made things too complicated. In the meantime, MVL, we've been given word, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, we've not covered him really yet, apparently in big trouble. Big trouble.
Wow.
And one of my one win, underdogs, it looks like it's going to happen. Let's go to his game straight away.
You think we should move, or we should still stick
let's
here?
move.
Let's move. Okay.
Let's move. Let's see MVL. They've got 20 minutes each. Let's
on
go to
which
MVL.
board is he? It's kind of crazy that MVL's rating drops so much that he's on board 13, and he's playing against U.S.A. Dushka.
It's over. So why is
Wait a
this
second.
losing?
Well, okay, it looks bad, but
Rook takes b6, rook takes b6, rook takes d5 check is the threat.
yeah, is that a win or
Because
because
there's
it's a
check.
queen endgame? It's a tricky
Yeah,
stuff, but it's black to move.
Yes.
I
may-
don't agree that this is lost. No, it's not lost at all. It might be bad, but
Maybe the point is that simply the h-pawn is just running. Is it possible?
it could be possible. Yeah, that simply black's king is stuck in the center. And it's also very nice that we keep an eye on the camera on Arjun. Ah, no, okay, now we just moved. Okay, let's see Maxim. How worried is he?
Well, we can see him there. I think he's in the blue shirt just behind Richard Rapport.
Ah, wow. That's Maxim. He's hiding.
Well, I would be hiding as well in this
He
position.
just made a move. Look, b5 AB on the board. Where do we put that rook? Rook c5 played. Getting out of this sixth rank
But
pin.
it's hated. Okay, let's take a moment here. Okay. Why is this so winning?
And Judaj Duška, also a young player. Look at him. I feel like in freestyle it's so much more dangerous to play against the youngsters.
Yes.
The young players, yeah, because you need energy, you need calculation, and you need all this excitement also. Yeah, I feel like as an older player, it's so much more difficult to adapt.
Mm-hmm.
I remember I played my very first Fischer Random tournament in '96, and I was so excited to play. And Uri kind of senses that, wait a second, I have a golden opportunity.
I've seen it.
Really? How?
B4.
B4, rook b5.
BA5.
You just want to open up.
Rook B1.
And rook b1, yeah. This is what I was afraid of. And also somewhere rook b8,
Correct.
depending on the situation. And then combined with the h-pawn.
Correct.
Oof.
B4.
How will Maxim? And yeah, after b4, if black takes the pawn with the
Rook A1.
a5 pawn, then rook a1
Over.
seems to be really problematic. No, apparently not.
Apparently not, but
Engine disagrees. There is rook c7 defense.
B6.
Rook b7.
Rook A7.
Then king c6. Thank you very much. Then I'm out of.
Yeah. And
Out
if
of
rook
danger.
C7, something like queen G8?
Yeah, okay. In any case, there was a move.
He
And
played
black
H-
just played h5. Just simple but effective. Yeah, h5.
Rook
Rook takes
B5,
b5, h6.
He's going to come back with the rook.
Yeah, has to.
And maybe he just wants to put the
And
king
then-
on G2?
Well, or maybe after rook b8, then he moves rook a1 and black
He
will be
just does
overloaded.
this, of course.
Wait a second. Black will be
Totally overloaded. Rook
completely
A1.
overloaded. Rook b8 played and now the move rook a1. Isn't this just winning? Rook takes a5 is a threat. The queen cannot really leave the king side because of h7,
H7,
and then
yeah.
the combination of
Yeah.
the two sides.
Yeah.
That's
Simples.
it. We might see the first
Big
tremendous upset, and you called it out.
I did call
You
it.
told everyone, not just me, everyone who have watched us that there will be an upset, and those upsets might not be just draws. One move away from win. I think after rook a1, I just don't see a defense for black.
That's it. The king is exposed. And he's going to see it because it's when you're deep in this game.
Of course.
I mean, we've been looking at this for 5 minutes, but he's been, and he's played it, of course.
He played the move rook
Yeah,
a1.
and MBL knows. And look, there's Mamedov on the next board giving a little eye across thinking, okay,
Yes.
MVL, buddy, it's not so easy.
Yeah, not at all.
No, MBL will try and find a way, but I think there is actually just no move. And there's Mamedov saying, okay, I would rather have my position than your position, sir.
Yes.
Ralph, legend, trivia question. What was Ralph's name on ICC?
Oof, I never played on ICC.
Oh, you never played on ICC?
I never played on ICC.
Trivia question for the chat watching us. What was Ralph Mamedov's name on ICC? And the second question is, which football team does he support?
Well, rook a1, rook a8 played, so Maxim is trying to hang in there, but now h7.
Just h7.
Yeah, now the problem that h7, rook h8, rook takes a5 wins the game on the spot due to the rook a7 horror threat.
This is a disaster. Let's see if anybody knows Ralph's name on ICC. I mean, I used to play Ralph back in the day, and I used to get absolutely crushed. How old is Ralph?
Good question.
I think he's like 2 years younger than me or something. I think he's born in 87 or 88. Somebody check when Ralph was born. I don't think he's my, no, he's not my, I think he's in 87 or 88. That's my guess.
And which club does he support?
He's a huge Man United fan.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Good choice.
Huge.
Good choice with a lot of spirit.
Well, not a great choice nowadays, but...
Yeah, but hopefully they will be back. Yeah, to
Well,
the days of Sir Alex Ferguson.
They need a complete reset.
Yeah, basically I feel like it's one move away for Juraj Duška to win the game of his life.
Yeah.
H7 seems to just win. How is black
Well,
setting
maybe he'll
up?
try Queen F8. That's the move I think he's going to try.
That's the only move, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes, so H7. Luckily there is still this move. This is good.
Yeah.
Queen F8, but... The big but, yeah, this rook e1, for example.
Yeah, and you can't go
now
rook
we
a6.
just come back.
Okay, so let's say rook e8.
Rook e8. So where is the killer blow? It's kind of insane, yeah, that black is still hanging in there.
Okay, let's go back. So h7, queen f8, rook a8. So h7, queen f8. Okay, time not to panic. Time not to panic.
Well, there's also this b4 idea.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
But I don't know if we need
After
to...
a4.
Because b4, a4, then also black gets a passer.
Correct.
We don't want to do this. And look at Richard Rapport's face expression. We haven't seen his game, but what do you read from his face?
He always looks like he's losing. He's another guy where it looks like the world is, he's just been told the world ends, but he's actually winning. Yeah, I think he's just winning.
Could easily be
that
he's happy.
Yeah, you just never know with Richard.
Yeah, and he's winning. In fact, if we can rely on this evaluation that we see done there, then he's winning, and it fits to his face expression, like I'm in a trouble. But should we stick with this, or should we go back to...
No, we will go back, but I found the move. And you're going to love me.
Okay.
Rook a4.
Oh, and then just b4.
Yeah.
That's very cruel. Giving absolutely no counterplay to the opponent. h7 played, however.
Yeah, h7, queen f8.
Yes, queen f8 has not yet been played, but yeah, Maxim will play it in a second.
I think there's no other moves, basically. I mean...
Look at also the gathering around MVL's position. Yeah, everybody's coming to see to check out the sensation that we are about to witness. Queen f8 and just simply rook a4.
I don't know if that's the only move, but...
Yeah, but it's a super professional move, yeah? Then you just play b4, and black is hoping for something, but after rook a4, b4, it's winning.
That one we will have to check. That one we will have to check. And then, assuming he goes queen f8, I don't see another move because I think queen g8 is a legitimate... Sorry, rook takes a5 is a threat here. Rook
Yes,
takes
of course.
a5.
Rook a5 is a big threat. Yeah, queen.
What did he? He went rook h8.
He went
No.
rook h8.
No.
Well, inviting rook takes a5, so he will move the king. Where is he moving the king? King
Where?
c6.
No,
But
this
then
is-
the rook a6 check.
No, and king c5 he wants. No, and then rook takes e6. No. Oh,
Yeah,
no,
but then queen takes h7.
but
Yeah,
that
it goes
ending-
on. But
Yes.
also rook c6, you will
No,
be
no,
the
no,
one
yeah.
checkmating first.
Yeah, it doesn't.
But yeah, Maxime will go for this line.
Can we just check after queen f8 what the machine loves? Because I won't be able to live with myself if.
Wow, I think you can relax. Probably everything wins. After queen f8, the main move is king g2, just showing that everything is completely winning. But I think rook a4 also
Good
should
enough, yeah?
win. Yes, rook a4. But suddenly, according to computer, there is this king e7 idea and trying to
Trade.
offer a queen trade. Okay, it's completely
Still
lost.
winning. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, there is nothing to talk about.
Okay.
Rook h8, rook takes a5, king d6 or king c6 will be played. And we might see one of these lines. Rook a6 check, king c5, rook takes e6. And when black takes on h7, then I think we will simply deliver checkmate first with rook c6 and the queen will...
Important to always give checks because queen h1.
Yes.
Yeah, don't forget.
There was a move, yeah, rook takes a5 on the board.
No, this is sensational. I mean, what a result. Okay.
King d6.
King d6. You give the check. You don't think about it.
Well, you also have a move like...
Oh, you have b4 to prevent king
Wow,
c5.
to
No.
box in.
No.
To box in the
Maybe
king.
he plays b4.
That could also
That's
be a
a
move.
bravo move because that really just rook a6. That is truly the end. b4. There is no. You would have to go d4 to give the square on d5 for the king. This is the problem. After b4, Maxim plays d4.
Yeah, black plays d4. But okay, basically, if you calculate rook a6 check, and it's not such a difficult calculation.
Yeah.
If white has played such a brilliant game,
Yeah.
it means, and I think that in classical chess, Duska's rating is around 25, but these are the classical ratings. No, I'm a little bit puzzled because in my mind, when I think about Duska, I feel like he's a 2500 player for sure, maybe even more already. Wow. What an upset. Maxim coming from Paris. Well, that's the point. We talked about this, that was a very tiring, exhausting tournament, and then facing a very strong opponent already 10 o'clock in the morning, and maybe thinking that I have to win at all cost, yeah? So some decisions you take with the intention of how do I create winning chances rather than how do I stabilize or be solid, and it can have such a result. But what should we do? Should we...
Well, actually, do you know what I think we should do, Peter? Is just have one last break before the time trouble antics start, because we are getting close to that moment where people are below 10 minutes. So we're just going to take a few minutes to have a break, get refreshed, and we'll be back for the final portion of today's the first of two rounds today, round 2 of the tournament. And as said, a lot of upsets already on the card. We've seen Arjun probably going to draw, MVL is going to lose, and who knows who else is going to drop points. Is it the day of the underdogs? We'll see. We'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. This is live coverage of the Grenke Chess Festival. We've got the Freestyle Open and we've got the Grenke Chess Festival. A nice combination of both classical and chess 960 or Fischer Random Chess. A unique tournament where players are able, before round 5 starts, so after the completion of round 4, to decide whether they want to change tournaments to go from the classical portion to freestyle, but you cannot win any prize money. Important thing. So you cannot suddenly just win 5 games in classical and then think you're going to come into the freestyle tournament. No, you will be doing it for the pure passion of the game. So it's an important thing to point out.
Yeah,
however,
in the meantime,
yes,
there is big turnaround or big news for Magnus and his fans. He made tremendous step forward. He managed to get b5 in. The knight from c4 will have to move. So White's lovely construction is broken, and also Finek is down to 2.5 minutes on the clock. Simply, he feels that he might have missed this b5 move, because it seems there is this knight a5 idea and then the pawn on b5 will be lost, but he has to fall back with the knight to d2. Magnus gets the initiative. There is all to play for, and also the big time advantage. Lawrence, what is your feeling?
Yes.
What's happening here?
Well, definitely the past few moves have gone in Magnus's favor. This is clear. As you said, the initiative, the light squares around the king, and he's saying, okay.
And he takes, bishop takes d4. So bishop takes d4 will be played, and...
Well, then I think you can... Yeah, now the tactics start to hit. Because... okay, I've got an idea. You're going to hate it. You're going to hate it. Don't hate it. Are you going to hate it? Yes, you are.
How?
You're going to hate it. I'm just one move short, I think. So after bishop takes d4, let's say bishop takes d4, although that's not clear that it's the best move. Playing rook takes c8 check might be the best move here.
Yeah, but both cases, okay, just to highlight,
yes.
Bishop d4, what we are really worried, I think, is that black will have this e5 move.
Correct. And after
at some point, and then some queen d7, no?
Well,
it wasn't your
No, that
your
wasn't
idea.
it.
Okay, bishop takes d4 on the board.
Yeah. I think Magnus will take on c1. This feels correct. I know he goes e5 immediately.
No, he goes e5 immediately.
Because rook takes e8, the queen comes to h3 directly.
Yes, with a tempo, but okay, anyway, White plays the move bishop b2 now.
Yes. Okay, and this is the critical
It's kind of obvious, yeah, that after bishop b2, how will Magnus increase the pressure? Will he simply sidestep rook cd8 and then force White to play knight f1, but knight f1, then knight e4, and oof. Yeah, this is actually very tempting. If the bishop moves away, then probably Magnus goes rook cd8. There is a tremendous pressure. And Finek goes back bishop b2. And if knight f1, then this knight e4 idea. And then suddenly the knight appears on g5. Yes. The weaknesses on the light squares are very dangerous. We see the Everbar actually not confirming that this is so dangerous, but with little time on the clock, this feels like something extremely risky for White. Bishop b2 on the board. This is the live position.
Yes. And here...
rook cd8 played.
C8, of course.
We also get the confirmation Niemann has beaten Devyatkin.
Yes.
MVL has lost to Duska. That was a huge win, the big upset so far of the tournament. So rook cd8 played by Magnus.
No, this is now very bad for White. This is now very, very, very bad.
Very unpleasant.
All of Black's pieces. Actually, the knight on g6 is ironically not a great piece, but despite having a bad piece here, White is struggling. Let's have
a and probably a handshake, because they are repeating. There was also a signal by Gokher Khan that that's it. That's it, probably repetition of moves, perpetual check. That's we are kind of expecting. Yes. What a game.
Great game. Great game. Missed opportunity for sure for Arjun. He'll be very disappointed because he did have an objectively very, very good position. So...
But wait a second. Now, Finek played the move knight f3. It steps into e4. Well, the big question is, do we want to give up this d4 square, but we get access to the e5 square? You just mentioned the knight on g6. Yes, normal e4 is horrible, but if we get knight e5, knight d3 in, then it's a different story.
I don't like it. Somehow.
Intuitively,
yeah? Intuitively.
Yes. You know that I also hate moves like this, but if it comes to my mind, it means that there is a certain idea behind.
No, I know the move he's going to play. You ready?
Yes, tell me.
He's going to play queen d7.
But then after rook d5, you have to take queen d5.
Yes, and he wants to just claim...
And you don't mind.
...total domination with the queen on d5. b3 is sometimes hanging.
So what you are saying that you want to give a tempo in order to force white to take on d5, and then you get the queen to d5. But bc is weak, e5 pawn is also weak.
Yes.
Magnus goes knight e4. This was the most natural move that also came to mind after knight f1. If it was working against knight f1, then why not to do it after knight f3 as well? Well, the d8 rook is kind of hanging, so I wasn't exactly sure if knight takes e5 is not working, but there's rook d2 probably. Let's just show this beautiful line that after knight takes e5, there is a pin here, but black always has this rook d2 move. I don't know if it's important to... No, probably it's important to start with rook d2. And that's a cold shower.
That is a cold shower.
So, Finek opted for h4.
h4?
Okay, covering the g5 square.
Ah, okay.
Just in case. He's also down to 2 minutes on the clock, but all right, one should never underestimate the 30 seconds increment.
Yes.
Because if things settle down, if white is able to stabilize, Magnus loses his momentum, then the 30 seconds will give, wow, maybe just f6.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah.
Total Cementovic f6.
Yeah, and then he's going to bring this knight on g6 to somewhere useful.
Yes, maybe knight f8, knight e6, the typical kind of route. And it's also so unpleasant and frustrating in a time table to fight against moves like f6, because you know exactly that your opponent is strengthening the position, and white cannot really do that much. One of the ideas is, of course, h5, knight h4, but there is never time for this. We have to watch out for rook d2. The knight cannot move away from f3. By the way, look at this. Mamedov Köhler, the game that we saw there, it's still equal after move 42.
But we've got a big look at this. I mean,
f6 on the board.
We're going to come back here. Let's look at board 4, I think. It's Klikovsky against Aravind. Is Aravind going to be another victim today?
Wow.
Apparently this is completely winning this position. Let's see.
Wow, okay. Pair of bishops and the trapped kind of queen on f5. Weakness on g7. And it's white to move. Apparently there is a killer blow. Where did this queen come from? Just to see the last
I've seen
2-3 moves. So knight
I've got it.
d6 takes.
I've got it.
Queen f5.
I've got it.
Okay.
Bishop d3.
Yes, bishop d3. Queen takes h5.
Rook takes g7.
No, but what is this? Also, d1 is hanging with a check.
Oh, I missed that.
Be careful. Don't get overexcited. Don't get carried away.
Sorry. What if we do it the other way? Rook takes g...
but what are you trying to achieve? I
wanted to take on
e4 square.
Yeah, no, I wanted to take on f6 with the king on f8. I thought it was a mating net, but it's not. Okay, let's take a moment here. Let's just take a second. Getting excited.
White still has 10 minutes against 2, so actually Aravind is not only in a lot of trouble, but down on the clock. But where is the killer blow? First of all, nobody tells Klikovsky that, wait a second, engine tells you that you are completely winning. Yeah, that's one thing. On the other hand, he plays the game, so he's deep into it. He certainly has... has his feelings. The big question is that, did he already believe that he's winning and now it's the logical follow-up to basically cash in? Or it's kind of, he's surprised that he got such an overwhelming position?
I would have, can I tell you something that's really, okay, this is going to, okay. This is a bit deep, but bear with me. If I go rook takes g7 here.
Wow, okay. King takes g7.
And queen g3 check. Okay?
Okay.
Now, this is the point.
Okay,
now,
king h7.
if you go king h7, I go bishop d3.
But then I go bishop e4.
Yeah, and then I take on, I don't know.
But I will have rook g8.
Yeah, it just wins. It doesn't win.
No, now it's winning. It just shows that what a crazy...
Why is this winning?
Yeah, I'm shocked. But there is the move, and I think it's it's a fantastic move.
Oh, wow.
Rook d7.
Wow.
That feels like the move, and it is. Fantastic. It was so easy to get focused on this queen on f5. Yeah, this queen is such a... Well, on one side, it's a very strong piece there because it covers the e4 square and keeps an eye on the h5 pawn, but also tempted to try to trap it. But rook d7, that's a sensational move. So knight takes d7.
Bishop takes g7 check.
Bishop g7, so king h7 loses to bishop d3, that's clear. Winning the queen. So king g8 has to be played.
Bishop f6 check.
Bishop f6 check, then king f8.
Rook g8 check.
Oh, like this, but I might give up the queen because I'm picking too many pieces.
No, but you're not.
Queen g6. Ag, knight takes f6, and I'm winning.
No, okay, so there's a win. Okay.
Well, it probably wins, but not so simple. So king g8 is the big...
Okay.
big
what if
move.
you include bishop d3?
Yeah, do you have time to include? It's another question.
Well, yeah, there's no checks.
All eyes on Aravind. He's down to 40 seconds. We have to go back to the live position just to cherish. So this is completely crazy. Aravind is trying to understand, can I take the rook? Is this bishop take g7, king g8 really mate, or I can get away with it?
And 20 seconds that you can feel the stress.
Yeah, rook f8, of course, is the professional move, but...
But now bishop d3.
The rook is not hanging on d1 anymore. The rook is not hanging. That's a very huge difference compared to the previous lines. Bishop d3, queen takes h5.
Rook takes g7.
Well, also just rook h3, there is still queen g4.
And now there's no escape square on f8. This is it. Bishop d3 here. Bishop
d3 played.
Queen takes h5. Only move. Only move. Oof, Aravind knows. He can feel, he can sense it. There are all other kinds of beautiful stuff as well in this position. You can start getting really poetic. For example, bishop takes f6, g takes f6, queen takes e6 for the fans.
But I'm not forced to take. I can give rook c1 check. Who knows where it leads? And then some queen c5 check.
Yeah, I could lose.
Yeah, it's completely chaotic. Yeah, so
He's
queen takes h5
he's
played.
Going to take on g7.
Yeah, rook g7.
This is just do it.
Krakowski is about to make a move. Also, bishop takes f6, rook h3 ideas are tempting, but rook g7 is the move you don't want to. And it's on the board. Rook take g7. Because the bishop on e5, apparently a losing mistake. Rook take g7.
No, it's winning. It's
of
winning.
course, yeah. It felt like, okay, what on earth is computer talking about? Because where are the chances for black? King take g7, queen g3, check, and with 10 minutes on the clock, you don't blitz out the move rook g6 unless you know that that's it. It just wins.
Importantly, after queen d1 check, I think you can just go bishop f1. Give the rook on d7 and play bishop takes f6.
Yes, exactly. This is also beautiful to highlight. Yeah, queen d1 check, bishop f1, and then the rook is also targeting the queen. Rook c1 check.
Well, desperation.
Played, yeah, now queen takes c1 will happen.
Also important to point out that you've got this nice ladder checkmate that after queen takes c1, knight takes d7, you have rook h7 double check and rook h8.
But of course, after queen c1, black will pick up the rook on g7. Yeah, you don't have queen g3.
Yeah, but then you can just take on f6 and give check on the long diagonal.
Checkmate. I'm also wondering, is king f2, for example, a legal move? Is that also
Probably.
possible?
But I would
Of course, we would prefer to eliminate this rook.
just take the rook, king takes g7, bishop takes f6 check, king takes f6, queen c3. No, queen a1 check, professional. And because then e5 you have queen a6 check. No, then king g7. Sorry, what am I talking about?
Yeah, queen takes c1 plate, king
E2?
takes g7.
Yes. Okay, where is the win? I mean, there must be... I mean, queen a1 is a very professional move because you can't defend queen h4.
Well, first of all, let's just calculate material. White has not sacrificed anything,
Yes.
but destroyed black's king side. The bishop on e5 is still alive. There is this tremendous spin. So it's clear that white is completely winning. He just needs to keep a calm head,
Yeah, be calm here. Be calm.
not to get carried
Don't do
away with
anything crazy.
all this mating. Well, actually, bishop f6, king f6, queen c3, e5, f takes e5 is also very tempting because queen e5, rook d6 check wins the game on the spot.
Yes.
And we will have all discovered checks,
Discovered
but
checks.
of course we only want to take on f6 when we know that we force resignation.
Correct. There are probably a million ways to win this position as well. Because you have a whole move here.
And the
So that's going to be 2 upsets.
already 2 upsets, and who knows what else in store for us. Well, we see Rapport 1, Lecquangliam 1, Niemann 1. So many of the favorites won. And look at that playing hall. You can sense the tension just looking at it. All the excitement.
What do we think?
What a brilliant tournament. What a playing
Queen
hall.
e1. I was
Super
thinking
solid.
about this move as well because now queen g3 check.
And if queen g4, then bishop f6, queen e5, checkmate.
Exactly.
That's the key.
This
Poor
is a nice
Arvind,
move.
yeah. How to put any resistance. Queen g3 check is a huge threat. And after queen g4, bishop f6, now we give up the bishop and deliver checkmate. Oof, a total knockout.
He knows. 30 seconds and just... that's
Time is
it.
not the problem. The
Yeah.
possession is.
Yeah, okay, he tries rook c8. He's going to try some desperado check.
But the problem is it's just one check. Rook c1, king f2, and there is no more check thanks
Yes.
to the bishop on d3.
Correct.
So white can just play queen g3, king f8, bishop takes f6. There's nothing to worry about.
Yeah. And he's just double checking. Queen g3 played. King f8 only move. Bishop takes f6. Double check, triple check, calm the nerves.
The game Mamedjalov could end in a draw.
There we go.
The structure.
The structure. I felt it.
He should have never allowed it.
Just
But now
take on
all
f6.
eyes on Maciej Klakowski.
Wait, there's a check on d6 as
There
well.
is also a check, but actually, why do we need
Why?
the check when
Yeah.
we can eliminate the knight? Bishop takes f6, and after rook c1, king
King
f2,
he will resign there.
queen c5 check, we have bishop d4.
Yeah. Yeah, he will start. He will definitely resign after bishop d4 at the end of that line.
What a brilliant tactic, yeah, with rook d7, and
That's
there
it.
is the resignation by Alvind. What a game.
Unbelievable. Also, rook c1 check, bishop f1 looks very clean as well. Lots of ways. What a result by Maciej Klakowski from Poland, I guess. Just an incredible game. And what a result, probably the result of his career. Let's go
Yeah,
back to
we have
Magnus
to
Carlsen.
Magnus, yeah.
Let's go back. Magnus Carlsen squeezing away. Look at this. Look at this. Dream world for Magnus. Extra pawn. Knights all working. His opponent has 38 seconds. This is dream world for Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, everything is beautifully protected.
Yeah.
The knight on e6 is the soul, yeah? It protects the knight on c5 and protects back on g7 as well, because that's White's only hope. Besides, also, it covers the entry square on c7, so Magnus might be able to jump in with his knight and trap the bishop on b2, because this bishop on b2, thanks to this lovely pawn formation construction, f6, e5 pawns, is completely
Yes.
out of the game.
There's one thing you just don't want to do after knight e3. Now if rook c8 check, you don't want to put the king on h7, big point, because then knight g6 and you get in a mating net.
Yes,
Important to point out.
exactly. Yeah. So bishop c3 played, but there is just no way white can get away with this. He's trying to get king e2 in. But okay, now Magnus will just probably advance b4, knight e6 to c5, reinforcing the knight on d3. And then also rook b1 check b3. This looks completely hopeless.
Yeah.
Magnus goes b4.
Bishop d2 will be played, I think. And now
Well, knight e6 to c5, Cemento.
Cementovic.
Yeah, now it simply the rook is blocked. Rook b1 check, b3 is a deadly threat.
And if king e2,
Well, maybe even then we go rook b1 and b3. There is not
there's
much
nothing
white
to
can do.
right? You just march the pawn to
Yes.
the end. King e2, Magnus will play. Maybe you got to be careful. Rook a3, bishop takes b4.
Yes, that's the only thing that you cannot fall for. Rook a3, bishop b4 would be suddenly a rescue, but rook b1 will be played. Followed by b3.
Well, Finek did have his chances today, perhaps, but some magic middle game play. Finek knows, of course, that it is close to over.
No, he
And
knows it's over.
he knows it's
Actually,
just
he
over.
knows it's over. Exactly.
Yeah, he knows it's over. It is over and out. Now, I'm very curious. We'll stay here just to see the very end of this, and then we're going to go to the Bibisara game and the Teodora Indach game, and that is it. Magnus does
handshake.
win. Okay, well-earned victory there for Magnus. Let's go straight to Bibisara against Fabiano. And yikes.
That's the current position. Very similar structure like in the Magnus game, but now the bishop is on f6 after having committed e5. So clearly black is also looking at the possibility when to push this e5, e4, but this knight on e4 and black's heavy pieces, the queen b7, rook b4, rook c8 construction, feels like there is so much potential behind these pieces. Clock situation, 10 minutes for Fabi against 3.5 minutes. It's promising for black. But more than that, or just promising? Knight c5 is a possibility as well, yeah? Knight c5 hitting the b3 pawn, protecting the pawn on a6. Isn't this a smart move?
I think so, possibly.
Because it feels like a multi-purpose move, yeah? Setting up knight b3 just in case somewhere e4 when it works, so white is unable to defend the pawn with knight c1. That's what because then already e4 will be brutally strong. I think Fabi will play the move knight c5. His hand is leaning towards the move. He goes for it. White's pieces are tied down.
Bibisara, 21 years old, a mega talent, already 2,500, already won a world championship in Blitz. Has she got the potential to be a 2550 player, Peter, or above 2600? Do you know her games well? And
no, I don't know her games so well. I know that in Blitz she is famously very strong. Yes, but exactly in classical chess, that how much progress she has made recently, I don't dare to judge. But she is clearly someone who is still very young and also very ambitious, very motivated. So knight d2 played, but this is the moment when also black will get the chance to push e4, opening up the bishop. And black's knight can also land on d3 now that the d4 square is not anymore available. Before, after e4, white would have clearly jumped to d4, but now white is passive.
Yeah, this is. I'm saying I trust Fabi, even though an engine probably holds. Maybe an engine wins here against Fabiano, right? But
well, wins if Fabi wants to win with black. I think that we should already give top players the credit that if in this position a top player against an engine wants to draw with black, he should be able to get that, no?
I think so.
It's not in the hands of the engine, it's the hand of the top player. But if the top player wants to beat the engine at all costs, then he might lose it.
Indeed. Indeed. So knight d2, yeah, e4.
e4 is very tempting.
Can we, well, this game is, it's not going to move that quickly. There's a lot of game left here. Can we look at the other important ladies game? European champion Teodora Injac playing against
Lenier Dominguez.
Against Lenier. Now, wow, okay.
Fairly balanced. Okay, black has some pressure and it's black to move. Yeah, for example, knight takes e5, bishop e5, bishop c6, then there is bishop b5. That's good news for white. That gives stability. So Lenier will have to find the way, but if white will have time to put that bishop on b5, just like black has cemented the pawn, the only weakness in the position, the a5 and a4 pawns. So imagine white's bishop landing on b5 will be impossible to imagine. The challenge, however, is that Teodora is down to 45 seconds. So Lenier needs to create some kind of tension in the position. But how do you do that?
Looks very difficult to me. I don't know where you're supposed to fight here.
Well, you have seen Magnus do magic, yeah? From a very solid position, just in a matter of 5 moves.
Oh,
He
wow.
had f6 played. Of course, it's the
Of
move
course.
f6. Knight c6, bishop c6. Now bishop b5 is not good.
Is it not?
I think it's probably not. Yeah. Then white's black's king is just way too
F3,
close.
brilliant.
F3. Wow. So
Brilliant.
white was anticipating the
Yes.
move f6. Lovely touch
this
there.
is brilliant. This is brilliant. And after bishop d5?
Yeah, that's the question. Do we go e4? Can we go e4? Trying to get some opposite cover, but fe, ed, ed, we are bishop b5. It's a very tricky position.
No, but that's a draw.
That should be a draw.
That's just no, that's just immediately a draw.
Probably, but okay. Do you think with 1 minute on the clock it's
Yes.
easy to calculate
Yes.
all these things?
Yes.
Or you just think that, okay, I'm solid anyway, why do I need this? f3 was a lovely move.
F3 is a great move. Bishop d5. Fe.
Well, actually, I'm not liking this strategy from Lenier. Probably he missed the move f3 because he should have blitzed out the move bishop d5 just to put the pressure on Teodora so that she has to decide in 1 minute. Now she has time to think about the consequences, but I'm not sure that I want to play this e4. But maybe it's good. That's the problem. It tempts you to spend time to calculate, and then you can also blunder. This is a big problem.
But the point is, after bishop d5, e4, there's knight takes e5.
Sorry, what? How?
After bishop d5,
Yes, e4.
knight takes e5.
Okay, but we are afraid of the opposite colored bishops with being pawned down?
What, with the pawn on d5? At least not, probably not.
Yeah, probably not. It's anyway,
It
but
doesn't matter, right?
yeah, it doesn't matter because also after bishop d5, just to move like knight c4, and then white is also coming closer with king f2.
Yeah, but she's never playing knight c4. After bishop d5, she wants clarity. She'll go e4. 100%. I know, but then there's some... Maybe she won't, actually. There's a check on c5, very annoying.
Yeah, there is bishop c5 check, yeah, which kicks the king away to h1, but maybe, but there is already enough argument to tell yourself that no, I don't need this, yeah?
Yeah. Maybe she will just go knight c4 or knight d3. Knight c4 is a nice move, actually, Peter. That's the difference.
Yeah, to stop any kind of bishop c2, bishop b3 business, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, Lenier will have to play the move bishop d5.
Yeah, I think so. I don't see another way to continue. Lenier Dominguez. Yeah, I spent time with him last night. It's been a long time since I've seen Lenier, actually, many, many years. And we were reminiscing about the good old days when he had, a bit like you, big curly hair.
Yes, yes.
Remember those days?
Yes, those days, yes.
I also remember them. Lenier had this big curly hair. But he also told me that he's just had another baby. Did you know this?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, he's got a 1-year-old baby. Yeah. So he's got 2 children. He's based in St. Louis, of course, with many other top guys. And down to 1 minute. So this game is going to start getting serious conclusions very, very soon.
Well, I wonder if this is the most exciting of all the positions. Yeah,
This
is a drawish endgame, but okay, since we already stayed here, let's wait for the next couple of moves. That bishop d5 will be played.
I think so, yeah. I think there's almost played.
But why did Lenier spend so much time on this move?
I think he was just trying to find an alternative. And now Theodora...
Yeah, but it made no sense because he had to make this move anyway, and she has to decide that does she play knight c4 or e4? She has to make a decision. Knight c4 on the board.
This is a good move.
And maybe Lenier burned, I don't know, 2-3 minutes on calculating those lines after bishop d5, e4, completely wasted minutes.
Yeah. Looks very difficult to create anything here.
Looks solid enough, yeah. So if somebody has a suggestion where to jump...
Well, I think we should go back to the Fabiano game.
Let's go back, yeah, because this is not the most exciting. Lenier tries to create an excitement, but otherwise it's...
Wow. Fabi's won a pawn.
Fabi won a pawn. On the other hand, he did not manage to push e4, so his bishop is kind of passive. Imagine if a knight lands somewhere on, for example, e4, knight d5 is played. Mm-hmm. That's a very serious compensation. Mm-hmm. But it's black to move. Fabi has 6 minutes.
It's enough time.
That's enough, yeah.
But he's probably not super happy here, but...
Actually, Fabi decided to go for this line, yeah, because when we left off, after knight d2, he found this tactical option of going rook d8, queen c2 takes, and then everything was traded, the pawn got eliminated, and e4 pushed. Yeah, he activates the bishop. There is just no way for black to give white.
And if knight d5,
then okay, there is check, rook b1, bishop e5 check, and then rook b5. Something like this,
Queen
the combination. King h7, knight e7.
For example, you can lose.
Tricky.
You can lose.
Okay, I have queen b8 in the pocket. I'm not losing, but...
No, but
of course, yeah, it was not my intention. Absolutely not. So what we were talking about is the move knight d5, which is very tempting, forking the rook and the bishop. So we are kind of expecting the move rook b1. We want check king h2, bishop e5 check comes with a tempo, g3, and that's where black has to find a good move. Rook b5, run into queen d8 check with counterplay. We will be seeing this line. It's so tempting for both sides. And let's not forget, Bibisar is a beast in blitz. So actually, all this time trouble, this is not really time trouble for her.
No, not at all.
With 30 seconds increment, it's much more about keeping your nerves under check.
Correct.
Because you can't afford to make a single inaccuracy because the players have time to punish you for that. This is the trick, and this is the big difference compared to the 30 seconds increment or any kind of increment blitz compared to blitzing without increment. Yeah, and knight d5 is played.
Indeed.
Of course, so rook b1 check.
Well, what if the rook goes to d6? Let's.
But okay, this knight f6, rook f6. Are we sure that we are able to make progress there?
Well, I mean, maybe they're. I mean, what would white do in that position?
Well, we just play g3, king g2, just to create some
Yes.
luft. And I'm a little bit worried that it will be difficult to make progress. Of course, yeah, pawn is a pawn, but
Yeah.
on the other hand, this knight on d5 is a powerful piece. Yeah, that's why you want to, or you don't mind trading it. But I still feel that if Fabi finds a way to keep the a6 pawn, then this rook b1, king h2, bishop e5 check is the way to go. But yeah, he has to watch out for this queen d8, knight e7. Just one highlight that, for example, rook b1 check, king h2, bishop e5 check, g3, queen b5 with the idea of trading queens or going for queen f1 checkmate can be answered by queen d8 check, king h7, knight e7, and who mates whom first. Crazy. You have to watch out. Absolutely insane.
Rather them than me. Can we quickly check in on the Lenier game, just to see if anything happened there? I doubt it did. Wait, it did.
Wow.
No.
Lenier is making progress.
Incredible.
And the knight on b1 is trapped.
What happened? How did she do this?
Well,
What has she done?
It's the magic.
Let's go
Lenier's
back
magic.
quickly. I just want to see, because after knight c4, she had everything under control.
And then knight d8.
Okay.
Setting up the knight b7, knight c5
No,
move.
but knight a3 is so ugly.
And then she panicked.
Why?
This is how you create. This is how Magnus is winning his games. Yeah, also creating some threats.
Oh my goodness.
Knight b1 and now the knight is trapped. Knight is coming, hitting the bishop. Bishop d7, king f7. The bishop is also trapped. And
Oh
she's
my
down to 10
goodness.
seconds.
It's
That's
over.
it.
It's over. You can't. This is catastrophe. King f2.
Total catastrophe.
Okay, so where is the clean win here?
Well, knight c4 is possible.
Knight c4.
Actually, knight c4 just wins a piece because the knight is trapped. And then bishop c2
Oh my goodness.
comes next. So knight c4, bishop c3, and probably we can just afford to play bishop c2, bishop b4, ab, and still the knight is trapped
Oh my goodness.
on b1.
Knight c4, that's it. That's the one. That's going to end it.
That's why king f7 was played, not to trap the bishop, but to protect
But it
the
says
e6
that
pawn.
it says that it's only minus 0.14.
No, that's wrong.
That's wrong. Okay.
That's wrong for sure. Forget about this. But Lenier's clock is ticking
6
down.
seconds.
No,
Imagine he lost on time.
it can't be true. But he was king e7.
This feels
Why?
a bit.
Why c? Okay, he can still play knight c4 after bishop c6, but it's somehow strange. Bishop c6. Okay, anyway, knight c4. But now there's at least some bishop e4 move at some moment, protecting the knight on b1. It's a bad position. And king d8. Okay, systematic approach. Lenier just wants to harass the bishop and get access to the a4. It's also good. It's also effective. Actually, we haven't even had a chance to look at Vincent's game. It's also insane. Yeah, it just shows that how many brilliant players we have in the tournament.
We will have plenty of chances to
Yes.
look at Vincent's position.
Yeah, king d8, king c7 is coming. The pawn on a4 is falling. The knight on b1 is paralyzed.
10 seconds. Theodora, gotta move. Oof.
Knight c3, yeah, she jumps out with the knight.
Oh my god. Knight c4, forcing bishop a1.
Then bishop a1, but then you get access to the b5 square, so probably Lenier will just stick to his original plan and go king c7.
King c7.
I think that would be systematic.
Bishop b5.
And then knight takes b5.
Uh-huh.
I'm just saying, if he has
Again.
done all these things, then he might go for this.
And then knight takes b5, check.
Yeah, and then king b6.
Knight c3.
Yes, and then king c5, king c4.
King e2,
like
king
this.
d2.
And then you are in eternal pin.
Eternal pin. And
I can take on a4 because you are
yeah.
pinned.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, no, of course it's horror, but I don't really understand why Lenier did not want to win the game on the spot with knight c4.
Oh my goodness, Theodora. Hand on face.
And
This
now
is
knight
horrible.
c4, but okay, now there is bishop a1.
Bishop a1 played. Maybe he wants bishop c5. Maybe he wants bishop c5.
Yeah, Lenier is trying to
He's
use every angle.
And you can't defend e3. There's no way to defend e3. Horrible. e3 will fall and then it's just no chance. Bishop takes e3, bishop d4. I think is in the air.
Yeah, it's hopeless.
Yeah. 30 seconds. She will go king e2 here. 100%.
Yeah, but then probably knight takes on e3, yeah? Then the pawn
Oh,
on g2
yeah.
is also hers. Then knight c2, knight d4 is there
Knight
as well.
e4.
Knight e4 played. Opening up the bishop, so white would love to get access to the c3 square. Bishop takes e3, king e2.
Now, e5? e5, bishop d5. Careful.
No, if I don't want to do e5.
Bishop c1. No.
No, why bishop? Okay, basically Lenier decided to go for pawn hunting, but gave Theodora a chance to activate her pieces. So from this moment on, I'm not guessing Lenier's moves. Let him continue his game. He had a chance to win it with knight c4. Now he's on his own.
This is probably good enough.
Yeah, pawn, better structure. This pawn on f6 limits white's bishop on a1. And the pawn on a4 is still weak.
Yes. Let us quickly check in with Bibisara while this looks like it's... Wow.
Do we see the...
Similar to what we were saying, right?
Everything that we discussed. Because Fabi played the move king h7 and then queen d8 appeared on the board with 38 seconds. We have to stay here.
And the point is, if queen b3, you have the move knight e7. Very important.
Yeah, this is now the big threat. The knight e7, queen j8 checkmate that we talked about before. And Fabi is not happy.
No.
And the point is that after rook d1, there is knight f6 check. Could it be that this was the move that Fabi missed? Because he played the move king h7, hoping that queen d8 is kind of stopped, but queen d8 happened anyway. Wow. Bibisara.
Bibisara.
Fighting.
Other point is rook b2, you go knight e7 again. You don't trade. You don't need to trade. I mean, even trading is probably good enough, but...
But you have the option of going knight e7
knight e7 immediately. And this is a very unpleasant position for black because white's move is automatic and she already knows what she's going to play. So she has an extra 30 seconds in the bank, whereas Fabi's next moves are completely... well, there is many options.
Yeah, and easy to go wrong, yeah?
You can still lose with black.
With little time on the clock.
You can absolutely lose this position.
And look at the
He's
face
now.
of Fabi.
Yeah,
he's very stressed.
I think he's going to find a way to bail out, actually. Actually, is there a way to just force a draw here? There isn't, right? How do you force a draw?
Okay, well, queen b8, but even queen b8 and queen d7
Queen
is a
b8, queen d7 is
possibility.
very, very nice. I think you have to go queen b3 here, knight e7, f6.
And then the queen controls back. But then white has this queen e8
It's
perpetual check idea, for
Yeah,
example.
but I think you have to go for it. He's got 10 seconds.
He goes
H5?
H5. So he's setting up g6 idea, so that queen
But-
g8, king h6 is not... But why isn't this losing? Knight e7, g6, queen g8, queen takes f7.
No.
What is this?
What is this move, h5?
Fabiano,
What is this?
did he miss the f7 pawn hanging? Because he
Must.
really... Yeah,
He got too ambitious as well. He had to find a way. He was. I think he was just psychologically. He couldn't deal with the fact
But
that.
okay, he has queen b8 after knight e7. So knight e7 is not winning.
queen
Yeah,
b8.
queen b8.
Okay, but it's
But queen d5,
Queen
queen
d5,
d7,
queen d5.
queen d5.
queen d5. Queen d5 h4.
Well, but then queen takes
Take
e4, and
G6.
also I don't know.
Ah, no,
I can take on f7, h, king g2.
King g2. Yeah, it's the same as we
Yes.
saw in the Arjun game. No, queen d5 you play here. Yeah, of course you do. Well done, Bibisara. Of course you play this move. And he knows this move was coming. Wow, this is.
Well, but now Fabiano, because queen h5 is a checkmate, so the bishop cannot even move from e5.
Oh my god. Oh my god, he can still lose. He's got 50 seconds. Let's see his nerves here. Yeah, you saw the face. The grimace.
He might lose.
He might lose. No, yes. Yes, he might lose. He might lose.
And
That's-
Bibisara also has the tremendous confidence in her skills.
Yes. I think you have to go queen b7 here. No.
No, the bishop is hanging. You can't.
No, you can't.
There are no moves.
There are no moves. It's over. 18 seconds. There are no moves here. Where is the move?
Fabi needs a miracle. Rook b5 will be played. Yes. Rook b6.
Rook b6.
Yeah, trying to cover like this, but this feels hopeless.
This is unbelievable.
Queen takes f7,
But
eliminating that pawn, because I'm also going after the h5 pawn. The e4 pawn will fall anyway.
taking on e4 makes no sense first.
Then g6, then stability.
And then rook a5 or something.
Yeah, but okay.
Then I take
rook
on
e6, I don't know, but
Yeah,
there is
you're
some
right.
harmony.
Take on
No,
f7.
take on
yeah, of
f7, and
course.
she takes on f7.
Of course. Oh, goodness. Oh, my. Oh, my word. It wasn't one upset. It wasn't two upsets.
And who knows how
Who
many?
knows how many more?
Yes, h4 played, only chance.
Yeah,
You have to create counterplay.
But the problem is that it's just one check, right? On g3. So we need a...
Yeah, for
we-
example, queen f5 check. Why isn't queen f5 winning on the spot?
immediately.
Yes.
g6?
Well,
Queen
then queen
takes
f7 check.
Bishop g7?
Ah, you have bishop g7. Okay, that's good news for Fabi.
Okay, queen f5 check g6. Okay.
That does not win. Ah, but I can go queen h5 check, rook
Rook
h6,
h6,
queen
queen
f5, and then the rook on h6 will be kind of boxed in. There are so many tempting options.
Now queen f5.
We might be seeing this. This looks completely winning.
g6. Only move g6, I guess. Yeah.
Only move.
Queen f7 will be played very quickly, I guess.
And then bishop g7.
And then rook. And now that's when you. And then you need the professional. You need the professional move there somehow.
Yeah, you have to calm down.
You have to calm down. But no, you just take on a6.
H3,
King G2.
G2, GF.
GF, and then, okay, my queen is controlling f1, so I play rook takes g6.
Yeah, that was a line. But then f1 queen, and I start giving millions of checks. I don't know if it's perpetual or
wait.
not.
Okay, hold on. GF.
It's insane.
GF. Yeah.
It's not over yet. This is
No.
not trivial. Queen
Yeah.
f7 check will be played, bishop g7. Now Fabi also gained all the 30 seconds back, and Bibisa has only 43 seconds to finish it off. After rook b2, you don't have to touch
No,
this rook.
of course.
You just move the queen. So that's why it doesn't really make any difference. Is there an argument just to play king g2, ag, fg, and just play a
This is
position like
very,
this?
this is very, very cool.
Because actually the black queen can never move because of queen g8 checkmate, but there will be queen f8.
Yeah, he'll try
There
and
is
trade.
queen f8 defense.
16 seconds. Nerves. She's nervous. She is nervous. Trust me.
Who else wouldn't be? Yeah, she takes on a6.
Okay, hg3 will be played instantly. She will play king g2 instantly.
Yeah, king g2. So this is our original line. Yeah, king g2, g takes f2.
Yeah, and you have to take
And
on
I'm
F2.
hoping for this f1 check against rook take g6. That was my hope. This f1 queen
I know what she's
is the
going to do.
only idea.
She's-
gf2.
She's going to play rook a7.
No way she's going to play rook a7.
Yeah, she's going to play rook a7.
And then f1.
And then I take it with the king.
Okay, queen b1 check.
I go king g2.
Oh no, no, no,
No, no,
you,
no, no.
You can't have nerves like this.
No?
It's impossible. No,
And
no.
put the king on g3.
No, no. Then there is also
Queen
queen
b8.
check,
Okay, I put the king on
g4.
g4. No.
Yes, but with 10 seconds on the
I
clock.
would do it.
No, no, no.
I
no.
would do it. I promise you.
You would, yes?
Yeah, I would do it. I promise you. Just for you. I would do it. I promise you I would do it.
But Fabi has chances. This is not as simple as the computer indicates.
18 seconds. Rook a7. Do it for the fans, Bibisara. Do it. One time, do it.
No, she will take on g6. No, she goes knight f5. What a move is this?
This is a losing move.
What a move is this?
This is absolute insanity.
And Fabi is so relieved. He's so happy.
How has that move happened? What is this move?
This move is crazy.
What is this move? Queen b1 check?
This really happened. But now Fabi can take the
Queen b5
queen
check?
b5 check.
And take the
and
knight on
Bibisara is
f5!
Oh no!
Oh no!
But what was Bibisara thinking?
Oh no!
What was she thinking about?
No.
Fabi cannot believe how lucky he got.
And he's telling her a winning variation.
Oh my God. But what did we miss? Why wasn't this a win? This is
Okay.
crazy.
Let's see. Let's put it on.
Yes, let's put it on. Yeah, that was rook f6. That was
Okay,
rook
that's
f6,
a
but that's
very difficult move.
difficult move. Yeah, I was thinking about it just to stop queen f8, but I
Let-
felt like the game was, yeah, rook g6 would have been the normal move. Okay, rook g6, let Fabi make the draw.
It's, yeah.
No? It's
But it's an easy draw.
after rook takes g6,
It's an easy draw, f1.
f1, and black is trying to give perpetual check.
Yeah, but it's an easy perpetual check. Queen b1 and there's no.
Yeah, but I just can't really understand the idea of knight f5.
No, she just got
Even
nervous.
if
She just got nervous.
she got nervous.
Yeah,
yes.
she just got nervous. Go back. Let's see if there was a clearer win somewhere. I mean, it's just all winning.
Well, this one looked...
Queen e6 is impossible to play. This is an impossible move.
Yeah, queen f7 is so much more tempting.
Rook c2.
Well, I was highlighting just to play king g2. Yeah, just to
But
get
then
out of
queen
any
f8.
kind... Yeah, but queen f8, I'm winning the endgame. Yeah, because I can take rook a6, rook a7, and I'm collecting the e4
Yes,
pawn. Yeah,
yes.
that's kind of the... For example,
Yes.
h take g3.
fg3.
fg3, queen
Calma.
f8.
Yeah.
I take on f8.
Yeah.
Okay. I take on a6.
No, you're not.
No, I take on
you take it
a6,
on
bishop
A6,
e7,
of
rook
course.
a7. And
Of
I'm
course.
taking on e7, and I'm
Yeah.
picking up the pawn on e4, yeah?
Yeah.
That's what you need with little time on the clock.
Yeah.
Just don't go for, unless there is a direct checkmate, just be professional with ticking seconds, because we know from our own experience that you can blunder in every position, everything.
Yeah,
unless you reach an endgame like this.
Knight f5 is just a nervous blunder. Simple as that. What a shame, because she fought so hard after having a difficult position, and then just one move. It's all it takes to undo all the good work. And she was inches away. Inches. She'll probably never ever get a position like that against Fabi again, where she is
Of
a
course.
winning position like that. Probably never ever. A real shame for her.
Wow. But Fabi got away with a tremendous scare.
But now he's going to win the tournament, huh?
Could easily
Now
be.
he's going to win the tournament.
Yeah, but now we already have so many winners, yeah, who
Unbelievable.
potentially can win the tournament because they got lucky. Levon, Fabi, and so on. What kind of results, which game is still in progress? For example, the Dominguez game is still in progress, but it's a win. Let me find Vincent. And Vincent apparently is not even winning.
Of course he's not. It's a drawn opposite color bishop ending.
Well,
Easy draw.
there is a lot of gathering. That's why we don't get access to Vincent's.
But okay,
Position.
Virig is very underrated at 24-33. Very underrated.
He was a 25-50 good grandmaster, exactly.
Yes. He got a bit older and he was coaching on streaming and everything else. But no, this is... I don't think we need to go through the game. It's just a draw, right?
Yes,
It's-
just I'm checking the last couple of moves. That was there some trick?
No.
Okay, Black gives up the pawn on f6 because he knows exactly that with his king, he will just,
Yeah,
whenever
nothing to do.
White goes king b6, Black goes king d7.
That's it. And you have the other waiting moves, bishop
Exactly,
d5,
and
bishop
against
a8.
king d4, always you go king to e6.
No, there's nothing to discuss here. There's just nothing to discuss.
Yeah, Vincent goes crazy because I have seen that he had a clear advantage at some point, king d7, but Anthony seems to save the game.
Unbelievable. Okay, let's move on. I
Yes.
think they already agreed to draw. Yep, they did. Okay. So let's move to the...
No, they did not agree.
Yeah, they
to
did.
draw.
They
They
did.
did?
Yes. They did. I could see the score
Ah,
sheets.
yes, exactly. Okay, what a defense by Anthony. What else do we have?
That's it. Just the Lenier game.
The
That's
Lenier.
it.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's go back to Lenier. We have also
Oh my God.
the camera.
Jeez.
But yeah, this is completely winning for Lenier now. He's pawn up. The
King.
king also invaded. There is still the weakness on a4, but the e-pawn just finishes the game.
Yeah, she's going to be upset as well. Yeah. And we're going to see the conclusion of this match. Remember, there is another round today at 4 o'clock. So in 2 hours or so from now, we've got the round 3. I know me and Peter, we need a little break, that's for sure. We're going to get some lunch. I suggest everybody else does that. And already in round 3, you can expect some huge clashes on the top boards. There will easily be 2550, 2600 grandmasters playing against the top guys. So we're already going to get some really, really tough battles. But e3, yeah, king d1. Actually, it's Resign's time. That's it.
Yeah, I think that we should stay till the end of this
Yes.
game. Yeah, because we already covered this game so much. And we
Yes.
know that it's a heartbreak for Theodore and her
That's
fans
it.
and she designs. Nothing to do here.
Nothing to do. Heartbreak for the two ladies this round, both with great chances to get some points, but unfortunately they weren't able to. That's what makes these top guys so difficult. When you think you've won, let me tell you this. Bibisara against a normal grandmaster in that position, a normal grandmaster would fold with that pressure, finding the defensive resources. That's what makes the Caruanas, the Carlsens, the Leniers in a different league. They just find resources, and it means that their tournament chances are still very much alive. We're going to be back at just before 4 o'clock, so that's in just under 2 hours from now with round 3. It's been a breathtaking round. Some huge upsets along the way, of course. We've had that brilliant win by his name.
Can we actually, Druska against
Druska,
MVL,
yes.
can we check the results? Do we have the
I'm not
possibility?
su-
That
I'm-
would be fantastic.
No, we
No,
don't have the
okay.
results. We'll do that just before the next round. We'll update you on the big things. But the big upset of the round, Druska beating Aravind on board 4. I think that's the big one.
And there was the big escape by Gokher Khan against Arjun Erigaisi on board
Yeah.
2.
Kola drew against Mamajarov. That's a minor upset as well. And apart from that...
Yeah, Vincent drew against Anthony Virik, which we have just seen. That was also a very big upset.
Well, sorry, Druska beat MVL, but there was also the win on board 4. What is his name?
Klekowski against Aravin
That's the name.
Chitaman. Yes,
Yeah, Klekowski
absolutely.
won, Andruska won. Yeah, that's it. Two huge results.
Too huge. Let me scroll some more.
A couple of draws, like Vincent, Ray Robson.
Yes,
won.
everything else. Wow, there is still a game tie. Abergel against
Tal.
Parham. Maxodlu apparently in equal position.
Yeah.
Grishuk won his game. Jordan Fanfores won as well. Yeah, basically many of the favorites, Frederick Swane, David Navarra, all won. Matthias Gruban won their games.
Yeah, all going to plan. A couple of big results, but we will get more. I promise you that. Don't go anywhere. It's been an exciting day. Some great chess. We'll see you in just under 2 hours for round 3.
Every chess master was once a beginner, learning, struggling, and mastering chess, one game at a time. And now, it's time to prove your skill. Welcome to the world's biggest chess tournament. Compete in the Grenke Classical Chess Open for €70,000 prize pool, or enter the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open with a massive €225,000 prize pool and the opportunity to qualify for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Las Vegas. And the best part? You could face Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Keimer, and other world-class players. This is your chance to play against the best. Are you ready to make your move?